Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
'Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita, and I welcome you to this episode of Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Before we dive more into the spices and the blends and the mouth-watering dishes that we have for you, it's time for starting with Gayatri Mantra. Closing your eyes, joining your hands, and a deep breath inside. Time for yourself. Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. As today's episode is based on transforming health through foods, and we will be bringing to you our experts from the domain of this industry to talk about what is food, how food is useful, what all things are there, some practical insights about the food, and with live demonstrations and talking about some ancient tips and remedies with healing ingredients. So we have with us our resident chef from London, Seema Bhatia. Global namaste to you.
Global Namaste, Amrita. How are
A
you?
v- I'm good. A very warm welcome. And Seema, let's also welcome Dina from Philippines. A very good evening and global namaste, Dina.
Namaste.
Hi, Amrita, Sima. Good evening. I'm happy to be here from Manila in the Philippines.
Seema, it's vegan and vegetarian kitchen. As always, there are so many things that we need to talk and we want to share with our viewers, and all the people who love these episodes are waiting for these mouth tasting dishes. So before
Thank you.
we talk with Dina, your 2 words insight on this, and then we move to Dina.
So today we have something very different on our table. And as you know, that I spent an extensive period of my life in Southeast Asia, in Hong Kong, blessed with the opportunity to travel around that area extensively. So what we're bringing to you on the table today is Nyonya cuisine. Now, many of you may not know what Nyonya cuisine is. Nyonya cuisine is Peranakan cuisine. And what is Peranakan cuisine? Peranakan cuisine is reflective of the Chinese amalgamation with Malaysian and Indonesian influences. I am not going to say too much because I will keep the suspense brewing and we'll find out more when we get into the demonstration.
Yeah. So, Seema, let's welcome Dina and let's hear from her what she has to say. Over to
Right.
you, Dina.
When Neil invited me to be part of this episode, I told him, Neil, is it possible for me to do something other than cook or talk about food? The last time I participated here, I think I shared something related to food, etc. But this time I said, may I speak about nutrition or food in relation to sleep? Because I am an energy management specialist for sleep and burnout. And I thought this is something that's right up my alley and probably something different for your listeners and participants. So, and he said, yeah, go ahead and, discuss about the topic. So here I am.
Wow. And I was also excited, Dina, because it's apart from food, the topic that you have touched is so important. So please go ahead and tell our viewers what are the special things that you're going to share with us.
Yes, of course, because this also, I believe your organization is focused not just on healing the earth, but also healing us, right? The people who populate this earth. And one of the pillars of good health is, of course, good sleep. And I have recently been active on social media, sharing some tips about sleep, how to get good sleep. And I often get asked some questions. So one of the things that I have not shared yet on my account, but which I will do after this, is how food affects sleep. I don't think we really pay attention to this. No, people who might have health issues or sleep issues probably are not thinking about nutrition in relation to sleep. But there is a big factor between, or rather, big connection between nutrition and sleep. This is because one of the things that happen for during sleep is, of course, when that's the time that our body goes into a repair state, right? And it has to have that time to be able to recover and clean our systems. But when we are not aware of that, then we are still probably eating so late into the night, which activates our digestive system, which affects our ability to get good, restful sleep. Okay. When we are sleeping, the digestive system is not supposed to be doing anything. Yeah, during the day, when we are awake, when we are active, when the sun is up, is the time when we should be digesting food. When we are sleeping at night, that's the time that the digestive system should also be doing its own cleanup and not being busy digesting your last meal. So the number one thing I think that people will benefit from is to understand when should your last meal be? Okay, how many hours before bedtime should you take your last meal? Because often, we go into parties, or in Asia, we like to eat a lot, and people eat in the streets. If you go to, I'm sure Sima knows that, having traveled in Asia quite a bit, street food, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, people are eating way into the night. And so one of the things that we should remember is that we need to eat our last meal at the minimum 2 hours before we go to bed, or if possible, 4 hours, so that your food is already properly digested before you go to bed. And also remember that not to eat food that's hard to digest. Okay, so avoid your steak dinners. If you're a meat eater, I'm sure most of your listeners are vegans or vegetarians, but you might have relatives, friends, colleagues who eat meat. I would not advise eating like a steak for dinner. So if you'd like to eat meat, you can eat it earlier in the day so that you have plenty of time to digest it. So towards the end of the day, we should be eating foods that are easier to digest. So even those lentils that we love in the Indian cuisine, which could be a little difficult to digest, we should avoid that and eat it earlier in the day. So at night, you can have your vegetables, you can have soup, you can have some rice. And actually, rice is good for helping you to sleep, especially brown rice, because it contains, it's a complex carbohydrate, and it improves serotonin production, which is one of your hormones that's necessary for you to relax and be able to sleep. Okay, so while I'm in that topic, I'd also discuss some of the other foods that could help you to sleep better. So these are your do's. Okay, so some of the things or substances that we need in our body that could help us to sleep, first of all, is tryptophan. Tryptophan is an amino acid that helps our body produce serotonin and melatonin. These two hormones help to regulate sleep. Serotonin it helps you to feel good and relaxed, while melatonin is a hormone that helps to induce sleep. And some food products that are rich in this tryptophan are turkey, chicken, and eggs. Okay, so of course, if you're vegan, you will not be eating this, right? Dairy also, that's why they say that, take a glass of warm milk to help you to go to sleep and get to have a good night's sleep. So any dairy product, milk, yogurt, cheese, also nuts and seeds are very good for tryptophan. I know the Indian diet is rich in nuts, so almonds, walnuts, sunflower seeds, and the like. The other substance that helps you to relax is magnesium. We have a lot of magnesium supplements available, and this can help people with their sleep, also for relaxation, muscle relaxation, especially if you work out, and it also helps in reducing stress. So what are the foods that are rich in magnesium? Bananas and avocados. So in the Philippines, these are now in season. Well, bananas are year-round, but avocados are now in season. So it's a very good source of magnesium. Leafy greens, whatever is available in your location. So spinach, kale. Here we have pechay or bok choy. This is very good for magnesium. Also, again, nuts and whole grains like quinoa or brown rice. And I mentioned earlier about melatonin, which is a hormone that helps us to sleep better. And melatonin is actually produced by the body through our pineal gland. To help stimulate melatonin production in our body, these are some foods that you can eat. Tart cherries or fruits that are more tart, and grapes, believe it or not. Maybe that's why some people think that drinking wine can help them to go to sleep, because wine is primarily grapes, right? I'll go to alcohol later. Nuts also, like walnuts and pistachios, are rich in melatonin. And tomatoes. So I know we have a lot of dishes in India or Indian cuisine that use tomatoes. Your curries and some stews contain a lot of tomatoes. So this will be good to eat towards the dinner to help your body produce more melatonin. And complex carbohydrates help a lot in serotonin production. So this will be your root crops, quinoa, oats, brown rice, and the likes. These grains are helpful. And tea, we're familiar already with teas, chamomile. Some even take passion flower tea. I know in India, you take a lot of spices also that could be calming, like cinnamon, that could help also to to help with the quality of your sleep. Now, what are the foods to avoid? So if we have the do's, we also have the don'ts. What should you avoid in order to have good sleep or not to disrupt your sleep? I think we're familiar with the first one, which is caffeine. So we already know this. Too much coffee during the day can disrupt your sleep. But caffeine is present in other kinds of food as well, not just coffee, right? Black tea, for example, green tea also contains caffeine, sometimes much higher than coffee. So I know in India, you like to eat or like rather drink tea. Chai tea is also very good, but it uses black tea. So try to avoid that later into the day or in the night. Chocolate. Also, a lot of energy drinks contain coffee, some sodas. This could keep you awake. So you might be wondering, how come I'm not sleeping well? Maybe you're taking too much soda, right? I was mentioning to Nishit earlier that I get a lot of comments from my followers or viewers who work in the BPO industry here in the Philippines about, because they usually work at night, especially if they're servicing other countries. And yeah, so this could be one of the things that help to keep them awake while at work, but it also keeps them awake even when it's time for them to sleep. High sugar food can also disrupt your sleep. So try to avoid desserts late into the night, cakes, chocolates, candies, because it can spike up your energy and crash it also, which could make your sleep very restless. Maybe you will feel sleepy because your glucose dips down, but it might not be such a restful kind of sleep. The third one is spicy and acidic foods. Okay, so let's avoid a lot of chilies and all these hot spices late into the night. So when we prepare food that we will eat for dinner, let's make the spice not so strong. So really light, especially if you already suffer from heartburn or acid reflux, because when this attacks, then it will be very difficult for you to sleep. The next one is alcohol. Some people feel that, okay, I'll take a glass of wine because it helps me to relax and it helps me to sleep. Maybe it will help you to fall asleep faster, but your sleep will not be restful. That means you will not be able to go into deep sleep, and you might be having sleep-wake cycles during the night, and you wake up feeling tired, even if you stayed in bed for a long time. Okay, the next one is high fat and fried foods. Okay, I know we love our samosas, we love our ghee and all this very high fat or rich food in our cuisine, but this could cause discomfort and indigestion at night. So eat something light, maybe something boiled or steamed or lightly sauteed so that we don't get indigestion or we don't feel uncomfortable when we sleep. Maybe some of you have experienced waking up and feeling like, oh my God, my dinner is still here in my stomach. And I was already asleep for a long time and the food still feels like it's here. Yeah, so that means it did not digest fully because, again, the digestive system is not very active at night. The last one, which I think you should avoid, is processed food. Processed food. So this is not good for us in at any time of the day, right? Not just at night. So these preservatives and the chemicals in the processed food will also disrupt our sleep patterns. So these are some of the do's and don'ts in terms of what food to eat, what food to avoid, so that you can have a more restful sleep. And also a reminder to eat your meal at least 2 hours before going to bed, or if you can, at least 4 hours. So if your bedtime is around 10 p.m., you can have your last meal, your dinner, at 6 p.m. And you can observe, just give it a try. If you are a late eater, see how eating earlier will affect your sleep. And if you have to work and feel like maybe, oh, I'm hungry and I'm going to bed, but my stomach is making a lot of these sounds, then maybe you can try eating a banana or a cup of milk, and that could at least address your hunger, your hunger pangs, and also not disrupt your sleep. And if for example, you could not avoid eating a heavy meal because, there was a party, an event at home, etc. And you feel like, oh, I'm about to sleep, but I feel like my food is still here. I'm going to share a technique that could help you to digest your food faster. This is an energy management technique. We call this the navel breathing, which could help to activate your navel. And when your navel becomes active, it could also stimulate your digestion. Okay, so I'm going to share this. And for those people who are watching us live and who will be watching this later, we are going to do a mudra. I'm sure you're familiar with the term, right? So you place your left hand over your right hand like so, right? And then you put it on your belly with your navel in the center. I'm going to stand up so you can see where oh my God, it did like, because I'm using a virtual background, right? Okay, so this is my navel and it's right in the center. Let me see if I can fix that. Oops, okay, it got worse. Anyway, I'll sit down and let's see what happens if all right, I think this is better. Okay, so yeah, so the navel is there. Anyway, you can just rest your hand on your belly. The sides of your small finger and your thumbs are touching your belly. You may or may not close your eyes. Just breathe in and out through your nose while you focus on the navel. Okay, so you can just breathe in and out, focus on the navel. We can stay here for a minute. And you can do this with me. Just breathe normally through your nose.
I think we lost her connection. Yeah, it was a really wonderful session she was taking on sleep in relation to food, which is so important. And I think these kind of aspects we hardly think about. They indeed are so important because we never bother about what to eat, what not to eat. Will that be affecting my sleep or not, regardless of what is there? And we just eat. Isn't it, Seema, what she has been talking about?
It was actually, it was very big, very eye-opening for me. Some of the things
Hmm.
I was very aware of, and there was a lot of new introductions. Like she spoke of, even if it's on the non-vegetarian side, turkey. I wouldn't have known that that is a sleep-inducing food.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
I didn't know grapes were were high in melatonin. I mean, I've always celebrated cherries for the melatonin content, but I never would have thought of grapes. And she's how beautifully she tied it in with the red wine. And now I understand why I
Hmm.
see so many people around me saying, "Oh, I think I'll have a glass of red wine and I'll sleep better at night."
Hmm. Hmm.
It was very interesting. The other point that really came to my attention is she mentioned milk. Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
and you know, ancient wisdom has been so naturally intelligent on the context that our moms would give us haldi wali doodh, that's turmeric milk, which is known as golden milk, with
Hmm.
cardamom and nutmeg, which induces sleep. And then she spoke about nuts being sleep inducing.
Hmm.
Almonds,
Hmm.
our grandmoms would cut a few almonds and pistachios into it and
Exactly.
adds saffron.
Yeah.
And a nice cup of hot golden milk at night. So very, very interesting, and I think lots of things to take back home with me and implement
Yeah. Yes,
lifestyle.
yes. Yes, yes, definitely. And I also think that these kind of things, what in every tradition, the foods in relation to before sleeping that is given by our grandparents as a tradition to know and to take, in every country has its own relevance with regards of these kind of things that people aren't aware about. And
Yes, yes, I agree. You know,
uh,
Amrita, I want to ask you one question. She said something very, very interesting. She said not a lot of spicy food in the evening. Now, you're an Ayurvedic expert. Can you throw some light on that? Is it because it increases our rajasic qualities?
yes, yes, that is also a reason, and there are many other reasons as well. Let's hear from our founder and director, Neil Kumar, what he has to say, and then we chit chat. Over to you, Neil Kumar. Global Namaste.
A very global namaste to you, Amrita in India and Seema in London here. Dina is back again. She's trying
Yes.
because the signal is bad. Let's go back to Dina and then I'll come with my comments. Seema, meanwhile, your preparation camera, if you could make it landscape, is gone portrait again and we'll be with you shortly. Uh, let's welcome Dina. Dina, yes, you are back again. And we were discussing.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, Dina. Dina, can you make
Apologies.
your camera landscape, please, while we talk to you?
Oh, landscape. Okay.
Yes, if we just make it, yes, perfect. So it's
Perfect.
beautiful. So we were just summarizing and discussing some of the foods you said, and Seema posed an Ayurveda question to Amrita in regarding to spicy food. Of course, late spicy foods are not good because it causes acid reflux, and acid refluxes are not good for the body. You can even choke on it in an extreme circumstances. So she was explaining that. And Dina, let's continue and talk and chit chat. So, what are your thoughts about
Sure.
sleep-inducing nuts like pistachio nuts at night, which are lighter and yet good mood setters for night?
Yes. Yeah, of course. What helps us to sleep faster and maintain good quality of sleep is one, we are relaxed. We have the right environment for sleeping, good temperature, it's dark, it's quiet, and, avoiding habits that could disrupt our sleep. Because sometimes we have maybe two general types of sleep issues. First is we cannot fall asleep, or It takes us time to fall asleep, even if we're in bed for quite some time. And the second one is we might fall asleep fast, but we might be waking up in the middle of the night and cannot go back to sleep. Some people wake up, go to toilet, and then come back, sleep again. But for a lot of people, once they wake up, then it takes them time to come back and sleep. So we want to avoid those disruptions by, for example, limiting the activity in our digestive system, because that will really disrupt our sleep. I'm sure Amrita will have the same perspective from Ayurveda, right?
Yeah, yeah. But I am very happy to hear from you, and these are things that are very essential. Please go ahead, Tina.
Yeah, yeah. So those things, and some of the things that we have intrinsically are those hormones that help us to relax and fall asleep, like melatonin and serotonin. And we can help the body to produce this by creating the right conditions and eating the right food. Melatonin, for example, will be easy to produce if the body knows that it's already evening. But the bane of our modern existence is that sometimes we are on 24/7. Yeah, I know in India we have a lot of BPO companies. In the Philippines we have that also. Manila, for example, it seems like it never sleeps. So any time of the day, even at night, you go out. Oh wow, the buildings are well lighted, and you don't know anymore that it's evening. So we try to create that kind of environment at home, so we can sleep, and the body knows that it's evening, so it will produce the melatonin, and we will naturally feel sleepy. Yeah, that's why when we go to the countryside, how come when I go on vacation I can sleep, but when I go back home I cannot sleep? Yeah, because in the countryside there's minimal light. You're in the beach resort or in the province. Yeah, there are no neon lights. Yeah, and it gets dark. People normally just go to bed. They don't have a lot of distractions like Netflix or YouTube, right? So
True.
then they easily fall asleep.
Yeah. So, Dina, I wanted to ask you, most of the time, because of the working schedules, people really don't have time for the breakfast and the lunch. Because getting up early in the morning and then rushing for the office, they just pick up certain things, and lunch mostly are in the offices, whatever is available. And the only meal, most of the time, when I talk to my clients, they talk about the only big meal they take is at the dinner,
Yeah.
because that's the time they have for themselves, where they can cook or they can prepare something very which is really a food kind of a stuff, which is wholesome, and then eat. So in
Mhm.
that case, what is your recommendation? How would you suggest people for balancing their diet?
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
unfortunate that we have that kind of situation, but sometimes we cannot help it, right? That's
Mm.
that is our modern existence, and that's why I feel like um, we have a lot more health issues now, even
Yeah.
with young people, because of the situation that we have to work. Like in the Philippines, for example, sorry, um, we have situations where people have to work at night, and in the morning I see them after work drinking, similar to what that you would do if it's normal working hours. They drink, and I'm like, oh my God, you worked the whole night, which you should have spent sleeping, but you come out of it, you're still taking alcohol. How can you sleep during the day? So I think a little bit more consciousness is important. We cannot always be doing what is convenient. Yeah. So my teacher and mentor, Master Delpe, calls it a modern sin, the sin of convenience,
Hmm.
or the sin of complacency. Yeah, so we become
Hmm.
complacent in taking care of ourselves, and we just go by
Hmm.
what is convenient. We eat packaged food. We were in a rush, and we're not really thinking of how our bodies are working, and we are so far away from nature. what is natural to us. Like, for example, it's more normal that we eat more during the day because that's when we need the energy, right? But sometimes maybe that deprivation of your breakfast and your lunch makes you want to eat more at night because, oh, I did not eat very well during the morning and the lunch, so I'll make up for it and eat more at night. But I think when they understand that, okay, if you're having sleep issues, then maybe this is one thing you should be looking at, right?
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. And what is your take on how important it is to include these kind of diets in the situations where there is an age stuff, that older people, they can't sleep again despite of even being at ease. They also
Yeah.
have hard time sleeping, and they also
Yes.
have certain medical conditions. So in those cases, what's your advice to them before we move to Seema? Yes.
Yeah. So I think it's a little bit more complicated with older people, especially if they have health issues, because sometimes their medication also has this side effect or of affecting their sleep, right?
Hmm.
And sometimes I also observe that older people, they tend to nap during the day because
Yeah.
maybe they're not so busy, like nothing to do, children are away, you're alone at home, you don't have a lot of activity. So what do? During the day, you sleep, you nap
Yeah.
for a long, and then so in the evening, no more. The sleep is gone.
Hmm.
or
True. Yeah,
the
that's
sleep
very
is less,
common.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe what they can do is also try and see their schedule, right? So find time to be a little bit more active during the day, so it's easier for them to fall asleep at night. Yep. And yeah, maybe do some volunteer work or go out with their friends, walk in the mall so they at least have exercise. And yeah, so they can volunteer in some kind of way, whatever their skill is, rather than just be at home inactive, watching TV, not doing anything, right? So then it
Hmm.
also affects the sleep. So that's, I think, what I observe from older people, because they're also, I'm old already and luckily I don't have any issues with sleep. In fact, my problem is how not to fall asleep when I still want to do
Wow.
something. I'm sleeping, but okay, I need to work, or I'm sleeping but I need to listen to this video that I'm
Hmm.
watching. So
Hmm.
I guess I'm one of the lucky ones.
Yeah, that's there. And before we move to Seema, just one last question. What are the other micronutrients that are essential for sleeping, apart from magnesium that you mentioned? What are the
Well,
suggestions? Hmm.
the tryptophan, because it helps with the production of melatonin. I think melatonin is really key, but I also don't like to encourage people to take supplements because,
Mm-hmm.
long-term use, dependence on something that's naturally occurring in the body, I also don't recommend because it impacts our liver, it impacts our kidneys, as you know, right, Amrita? So
Yeah.
as much as possible, my suggestion is to do it the natural way. Allow your
Hmm.
body to produce the melatonin by creating the right environment for it. Meaning that, you observe when it's evening, you darken your house already. Don't make it so like well lit, dim the lights, lessen the lights, so your body feels that, okay, it's evening. I should start to relax and avoid, all these digital gadgets that awakens you or stimulates
Hmm.
you. Avoid
Hmm.
activities that are overstimulating at night. Eat less, eat light. So then the body will just naturally fall asleep. So we don't
Hmm.
need to even worry about, okay, do I have this right thing? Did I eat right? I don't think our ancestors worried about sleeping back in the days, right? It's a
True,
modern
true.
day, modern day issue. So we
Absolutely
have to
true.
really look at our habits and be more conscious, be more aware.
Thank you. So that is the message from Dina. Be very conscious and be very aware. And Make sure what's on the table before you sleep.
Yes.
Dina, thank you so much for joining. Please stay around. We'd like to chit chat more and know more from you. And it's time to move from Philippines to London, and we welcome our resident chef, Seema Bhatia, again to join us
Thank
and
you.
share with us this lovely recipe that she's going to prepare. And over to you, Global Namaste again, Seema.
Global Namaste. What a wonderful talk by Dina. So much insight on how to get a
Hmm.
proper night's sleep.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we have in store for you today? So before I begin,
Yes.
I'm going to first tie my hair.
Sure, sure.
It's something I do
A primary
do so that
requirement.
and
Yes.
a big requirement is to get our hands clean before we
Of
start
course.
cooking. So today, what do we have in store, Amrita? We
Yes.
have a Peranakan dish or a Anya dish, as I mentioned earlier. And I'd like to talk a little bit about this very beautiful cuisine that has a flavor profile that comes in so many layers. Now, what is the flavor profile of Peranakan dishes by and large? It comes in layers of creamy, sour, sweet, salty, and
Mm-hmm.
texture. Yeah, and also spicy. So it's really, really, really exciting. The history of Peranakan cuisine is also very colorful. So basically, what happened between the 10th century and the 17th century, there was a lot of movement from China towards Malaysia and Indonesia. So what happened is, just as there was during the spice route, which was also synonymous to this time, and the Silk Route, again synonymous to the time, there was a lot of integration and immigration. So what happens with integration and immigration? There's this marriage not only between people where diversity is celebrated, but also there is an infusion of flavors from different parts of the world. So the Chinese elements of stir frying got infused with all the herbs and spices from the Malaysian and Indonesian regions. Now, one region that is very celebrated for Peranakan cuisine is the Malaccan Straits. The Malaccan Straits are located between the Andaman Sea and the South China Sea. This, to date, is one of the most popular maritime routes in the world to date. Okay, uh, and it was a very, very, very important trade route during that time, the 10th century to the 17th century. So, as these flavors infused, a new cuisine was birthed known as Nyonya or Peranakan cuisine. So, today I'm going to be demonstrating a Peranakan curry or a Nyonya curry. It's a vegan vegetarian version. However, should you be a seafood eater, squid, clams, shrimp would work wonderfully in this recipe. Should you be a hardcore meat eater, you can use chicken, lamb, fish, other kinds of shellfish, etc. So I'm going to start with each ingredient one by one. As you know, a key to any cooking class, as said before in my classes, is having everything mise en place. Most chefs, will prepare everything in advance. There are a couple of ingredients that I was not able to source in the UK, so I have provided substitutes. One such ingredient is known as candle nuts, which you can find in Malaysia and Indonesia. I could not find them here in the UK, so what I've done is I've used peanuts. Just the simple pink peanuts, as you can see, raw. A handful, as you can see, it's literally just a handful. My mother would say just a mutti of nuts or a handful. Another ingredient that you do find it, but it's a hard find. You have to go to certain areas. Is galangal, which is a very fragrant rhizome, very much like ginger. But lucky enough, whenever I go back to Asia, I buy myself a nice big kilo of galangal powder. It works in the same way as fresh galangal would. So for this recipe, if you wanted to use fresh galangal, beautiful, go for a 1-inch piece. Otherwise, go in for a nice teaspoon of galangal powder. So let's start with the ingredients. And I'm going to start with a mixture of a teaspoon of coriander seeds and a teaspoon of cumin seeds. So this is obviously celebrated during the spice route, and all these flavors were brought down to this region during that era. So we have the spices and we're going to add it into a blender. Raw, not toasted. I'm going to put that aside. The next thing I'm going to put into the blender is the peanuts. Now many of you are going to wonder, what am I making? I'm making a spice paste. So Nyonya cuisine is very, very popular for making different types of spice paste. Sambals, for example, as well. You know, the chili sauces known as sambals, those also, a lot of them come from Nyonya cuisine. So we've added in the peanuts, we've added in the cumin. The herbs that come from the region are lemongrass. So I'm going with a nice stalk of lemongrass. I'm going to add in some dried red chilies. I'm going for the spicy version, Southeast Asian cuisine. Now, traditionally they would use red chilies, you know, from the region, dried red chilies, and soak them. But my modern take on this recipe is Kashmiri red chilies, and I'm going to go in with a good 2 to 3 teaspoons. We like it spicy in our house. Let me just go in with all of that. Go with your intuition. If you're not able to tolerate a lot of spice, you can avoid the dried red chilies in this recipe because Kashmiri red chilies aren't very spicy. 1 kaffir lime leaf. I'm going to go in with the galangal, just all of it inside. Now, one of the things I found very interesting, and this is the very Chinese element that has come into this recipe, is white pepper. Chinese cuisine employs the use of white pepper extensively. So that is one of the very strong Chinese elements in this recipe.
Seema ji, how much
And this
amount of
recipe
these
is traditional.
things you're using? How much amount?
Good. So, good question. So I've used about a teaspoon of galangal, a teaspoon of white pepper, 3 teaspoons of Kashmiri red chili powder, 1 cafe lime leaf, half an inch stalk of lemongrass, a handful of peanuts. So far we have that, right? And the recipe with call for, now if you're going to make a traditional nyonya curry, it'll ask you to use fish sauce. But we are a vegan vegetarian kitchen. You could opt for vegan fish sauce if you have some, or soy sauce. But I find that this Maggi sauce, which I often carry back with me from Hong Kong, works beautifully in this recipe. I've tried it time and time again. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add in about let's say just a teaspoon. Okay, not too much because it is quite salty. And it kind of works as a great substitute for the fish sauce. Should you have vegan fish sauce, that would work beautifully well as well. Okay. I spoke about the flavor profile being in layers. So one of the very, very, very important, and please don't skip this, because this is what brings this whole rempa or spice paste together, is palm sugar. And look how beautiful this is. I want to share this with all of you. This is palm sugar actually from Indonesia, and it comes in this little, comes wrapped in this little leaf. We call this kikapu in Swahili, and they set it in this. So I'm going to go with a nice. I like things sweet. Now play around. Go with your intuition. If you don't want very sweet, you can go less. A nice heaped teaspoon to a half of palm sugar. You're going to add this all in. And last but not least, shallots. Now, this is the thing with Southeast Asian cuisine. It's very similar in ingredients to many parts of India, the cuisine in many parts of India, but they use shallots. Now, we're not going to, this is one big banana shallot. It's about this size, let's say, and we're going to use half. So that's 2 big pieces, okay? I'm going to add that. Yep, that should do it. So half a banana shallot, okay? And last but not least, the aromatics, about 6 to 7 big, huge cloves of fresh garlic. No ginger in the recipe, you've used galangal, which works well. So you've got all your ingredients in this. You could go for the longer traditional method and use a pestle and mortar if you wished, or a little bit of water just to bring this all together.
Seemaji, before we
Carefully.
blend and make a sauce out of it, again, just a
Yes.
quick rewind of the ingredients you have added to this.
Ingredients: half a stalk of lemongrass, 3 teaspoons, generous teaspoons of Kashmiri red chili powder, optional true dried red chilies, a teaspoon of galangal powder, a teaspoon of white pepper powder, a nice generous teaspoon of the palm sugar, and we have a teaspoon of coriander seeds and a teaspoon of cumin seeds, level, not too generous, just level, just to bring in the elements into the flavor profile, all here. And did I mention white pepper? A teaspoon of white pepper
Yes,
earlier on?
yes, yes.
I did. 7 cloves of garlic and half a banana shallot.
Perfect.
Is everyone with me?
Yes, ready.
I got all the ingredients. Okay. And some water now. Water with your intuition, of course, just to bring it into a thick, spice paste. And this is going to get a little noisy, so you might want to mute me while I do this, because I don't want to hurt your ears. And you're going to bring this into a nice... To do this, you want a nice, smooth spice paste. Bring that up and see the texture. Wonderful. We'll just add a little splash of water, teeny tiny, just to bring this all together. It's very similar to Thai cuisine in the sense that we're making a spice paste here as well. So in Malaysia they have a rendang curry as well, where they make a rendang spice paste. So they have all these beautiful, fragrant, wonderful spice pastes that you can use with so many ingredients. I'm really impressed with that. I love this magic bullet of mine. Okay.
Lovely color, I
And
can
I'm just
see.
gonna... It's beautiful. I can't tell you all the flavor layers that are the elements of flavor that are coming in here. And we've added in the palm sugar that is going to enhance the caramelization of this curry paste quicker. Okay.
I see.
I'm just going to bring it here so you can all see.
Yeah,
So you get a
nice
feeling.
color.
So it's very much like the chili garlic, very lovely color. That's what the Kashmiri chilies brings into this, is the color, right? And if you don't want it too spicy, omit the 2 dried red chilies. I brought in these other chilies just to show you the variation. These are fresh green chilies. We really don't use them in this cuisine, in this spice base much, and we've got fresh red bird's eye chilies. You may want to substitute the dried red chilies with the fresh green chilies, but I still feel that the dried ones give a better flavor. So I'm just going to
Yeah.
get this all together and get this out of the way. I'm working in small spaces here. Please bear with me. I'm going to take this to the side. Now I want to add one more thing. There is one very important ingredient that we are now going to bung in, and that is fresh turmeric. So this recipe has a lot of anti-inflammatory benefits. It's got the white pepper, it's got the galangal, it's got the lemongrass, it's got garlic, and it's got fresh turmeric. Please
I can
do
see it's
not
rich in
omit this.
antioxidants.
It's very, very
Yeah.
absolutely, because let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. Now you're going to bring this in together really well. You're going to ask me, can I use turmeric powder? Yes, you can, as long as it's organic. How much turmeric have you put into this recipe? I put in a nice big knob of turmeric, about an inch knob, a plump, fat, healthy one. Should you have to replace it with turmeric powder, half a teaspoon. Organic turmeric powder, preferably the one from Meghalaya. Boom. This is ready. Okay.
So I wanted to ask you, because turmeric
And
has its own flavor, will it not overdo with the flavor of the whole stuff, or?
it'll overpower, but when you cook it up, you've got onion in this, you've got garlic in this, you've got galangal in this.
I
So it's
see.
not only going to be just turmeric, right? So the turmeric and the cuisine is celebrated for using all these different rhizomes, and it will bring the flavor of the turmeric in, but it won't overpower it because you've got other elements working with it. And remember, you're going to dilute this up with another anti-inflammatory element. So this is a great anti-inflammatory recipe, which is coconut milk.
Wow.
Should you get fresh coconut, this is 1 can. Should you get fresh coconut milk, nothing like it. Yeah, and if you don't, then just go with canned coconut milk, not a problem. Okay. Had I been in Hong Kong, we have something called the coconut shop there. Yeah, it's in Kennedy Town, and you can just go there and he will press your coconut milk fresh for you. He'll just get the coconut peel and stick it through this blender, and all the coconut milk will come out, and you can buy it by the bottle. It's so amazing. Okay, so let's start. We're going to work on a low flame here. Okay, because I don't want the curry paste to burn. We're just going to heat this through a little bit, and then we'll move from here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to cook up this curry paste. Okay, so let that heat through, and for that we need oil. Now you can go with cold pressed avocado oil. You can go with a little bit of ghee if you like ghee. I like to work with light olive oil. Go with a healthy coconut oil would work beautifully well in this recipe. So let's go with a nice generous spoon of oil. You need that to take the rawness away from this recipe. So you're going to heat that through. I'm going to bring it down to a lower heat because my cooker is very, very hot. And you're going to add in your curry paste. Okay, and you just, now the curry paste keeps very well in the fridge. It will keep for about at least a week, so you can reuse it. Now depending on how potent a curry, you can go with or 3 very big spoons. If you're going to ask me how much this is in tablespoons exactly, it's about 5 tablespoons. Okay, and you're going to cook this paste down. Yeah, so that very raw taste comes out. So very much like the Indian technique of making a masala. What are you going to do when you make a masala? You're going to add in your oil or ghee. You're going to add in your whole spices: cardamom, star anise, cinnamon, ginger, cloves, etc. You're going to allow the spices to splutter and pop and allow their cell membranes to explode. And then you're going to add in your onions. You're going to golden, just let them get golden. You're going to add in your ginger and garlic. Here what we're doing is we're adding in everything together: the onion, the chili, the galangal, the lemongrass, the lime leaf, 1 lime leaf, don't forget that, the dry red chili, everything. And you're going to cook this up. Okay, remember to keep stirring it. If you don't keep stirring it, you're going to have to use more oil. And since we're going healthy now, we don't want to use that much oil. Some oil is needed in this recipe. Should you want to keep this spice paste in your refrigerator and have it last and ferment for at least a week and a half, then what you need to do is add some oil into the grinding process as a preservative. But I would say make it fresh, let it last you 2 or 3 days and move from there. So this is cooking, bubbling, as you can see. I don't know if you can see this. May I bring the camera down a little bit? Is that better?
Yeah, we can see very well.
And you're going to keep smelling it so the raw flavors disappear, okay?
Yeah.
It's going to take a bit of time. Now, should you want to really go the traditional way, I'm going to show it to you, but I don't recommend you do this because it's not so healthy. You can add a little more oil. And you're going to wait for the oil to cool up on the sides of the pan. I am not using non-stick cookware. I'm trying to avoid it. And I'm trying to go with pure stainless steel cookware now. If I had my way, I would love to cook in mitti ke bartan or clay. The traditional way, like my grandmother used to. Okay, now I've done this for you to see. The oil is cooling up very gently on the sides of the pan. Cooking it a little more so those raw flavors go out. I can smell the turmeric, Amrita. It is there. Right. You're very, very right in saying that. But with that is coming the garlic and the galangal and the lemongrass.
Yeah.
So looking at this, you're going to say, oh my God, it's so much turmeric, which it is to a certain extent. Lower the heat. Now what I've done is I've taken the round eggplants here and I've just taken one, and what I've done is I've lightly sauteed it. Just cubed and sauteed it in there. I'm going to add in some okra. You can add this in later if you want it crunchy, so let's keep that crunchy. To get that beautiful brothiness, we're going to add in mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
These are,
wow.
Yes, 8 mushrooms, and this is going to give a very brothy flavor to this
Brothy
curry.
flavor, right.
Now play around with your vegetables here. You can add in potato or sweet potato if you want to.
Potatoes, right.
Sweet potato is beautiful in this recipe. I've gone with potato. And we're all rabbits in our house, so we love pak choy, and what we do is we'll end up cooking up all the tender bits first. So I'm using the stems in this recipe because I'm trying to go 0 waste here.
Yeah.
Okay. And a little bit of carrot. We're not big into carrot. Now, if you want, you can, and if you don't want to, you don't have to. You can use salt, but I'm going to go with an OXO low salt stock cube. Just bung that in. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to coat this all up beautifully. Okay.
Mix it well.
And I'm going to mix it really well. Okay. Take it 1 notch higher. This is a beautiful curry that you can have with quinoa, You can have it with brown rice, you can have it with millets, you can have it with red rice.
Hmm.
And we're going to go in with
Coconut
coconut
milk.
milk.
Lovely.
Okay. Now you can see that the okra is pending. I want to put that in at the end because I don't like the soggy, slimy okra. I like it a little crisp. Okay. And what you're going to do is you're going to lower the heat. You're going to first bring this to a boil, okay? Because the first thing you need to do with coconut milk is bring it to a boil before you cover it because it tends to split. So let's take this up a notch. So, you can add green beans into this recipe, you can add tofu into this recipe, you can add boiled eggs into this recipe if you eat eggs. So you can really, really play around. Now, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to taste this sauce. You know what, it's just right. Oh, spicy. It's just right because we've added in the stock cube. Yeah, so the salt is just right. And the Maggi seasoning also has salt. So if you like extra salt, you can. I wouldn't recommend it. Okay. Now we just have to be patient and wait for this to double, bubble, toil and trouble, fire, burn and cold and bubble, literally. So let that get going. Let's put the heat up here so we can get it boiling up. Once it starts bubbling, we're going to add in a little bit of water. Just a splash, and we're going to cover it and we're going to allow the vegetables to simmer. We don't want to add too much water because mushrooms are going to give off some water of their own as well.
Yeah, mushrooms will give the water out.
As I tasted this recipe, I'm getting the heat from the chilies. I'm getting the earthiness from the galangal and the turmeric. I'm getting the sweetness from the palm sugar or
Palm
gula
sugar.
malaka. That's what it's known as in Malaysian. So this is gula malaka, as I showed you earlier on. You can use jaggery, no problem. This is bubbling up, and we're going to add in quarter cup. So I'm just eyeballing this with andaza, which is what my mother taught me. Okay. That's bubbling up. And we're going to add in the sour element last, which is the lemon. Or you could use tamarind water. That works as well, and that is a good ingredient in that area. So this has to simmer on a low heat. So if you have any questions to ask me right now and put me to the test, I'm ready to answer as we go along.
Yeah, it sounds very
Any questions?
like
Anybody
nice
have any
because
questions on the substitutes? Let's make
I
the
think,
session interactive.
yeah, that makes this like I can find it to be very nutritive dish in many, many ways because of the kind of ingredients you've added, which are rich in so many antioxidants. You can see it boiling up.
I'm sorry, I lost you for a minute.
Yeah, I was just mentioning about the ingredients being rich in antioxidants, and so that's perfect. Yeah, I can see
Hi, Amrita.
the simmering. Yeah, the curry is just preparing.
Amrita,
When would you like to add the okra?
I am going to add the okra in about 2 or 3 minutes. Now, one thing I do want to share with you is a beautiful ingredient in this recipe is drumsticks.
Ah, I
Moringa
see.
drumsticks. which are now celebrated as superfood. They go beautifully in this recipe. Really, really well. So this is cooking up. I'm just going to check up just as the potatoes tend to tenderize, and they are. Just a few more minutes, let the potatoes soften and tenderize. Then we can go in with the okra at the end, give it a cover for a few seconds, and we'll be ready to roll. Now, many of you are going to wonder what are you going to do with the leftover paste. So actually, let me show you, okay, what you can do. So let's say you've made this on Monday and you've got all this extra paste, and of course we want to go zero waste. You're going to store this in a bottle, and this will last you around a week. Okay, so you're going to take it all out. And what you're going to do is, because you want to store it longer, you're just going to give a layer of oil on top to prevent it from oxidizing, as you can see.
Yeah.
You're going to seal it and you're going to put it into the fridge. And you can use it on Friday. So when you use it on Friday, if you cook Monday and you're just going to bung this all in and cook it up. You're not going to add
It saves a
extra
lot
oil
of time
if
as well, I
you
think.
can avoid doing that. It's very time effective, and what works very well also as a natural preservative in this, it's a healthy recipe, but there always is a little bit of naughty as well. The potatoes are soft. Just 2 more seconds. A little bit of naughty is you can add in a little bit of vodka, a teaspoon of vodka when you're grinding with the water. So that'll enhance the flavor profile. It'll take it to another level, and it'll act as a preservative as well. And it'll pickle up the spice paste in a way. Or you can add vinegar, but then it'll make it very sour. So if it's going to make it very sour, you're not going to add lemon into this recipe, and you're going to add more gula melaka, which means more sugar in your system. So you really don't want that. Okay, what I'm going to do is I am going to add in our okra. Here, I am going to give this a bit of a stir. So you've got the earthy colors from the mushrooms and the eggplant. You've got the green from the pak choy and the okra. You've got the light yellow, I would say, from the potatoes, or even better, sweet potato, orange. So you can add different elements into this recipe. If you want to be bold, you could add beetroot into it. It will turn your curry pink, but it's very, very attractive. So you can make it into a pink curry if you want to entice your children and say, oh, you're having a pink curry today. But of course, you'd want to reduce the amount of spice in the recipe for the children. So there is so much you can do. You can have this with noodles. It's beautiful. So if many of you have had laksa is actually nyonya, Peranakan cuisine, and it works along the very similar flavor profile as well. Lots of garlic, lots of ginger, some turmeric, red chilies, etc. Okay, I'm going to switch this off. I like my eggplant really my okra really crunchy. So I'm just going to show you how to present this dish. So what I'm going to do here is just move my lemons there. I'm going to move this curry here. It's quite quick to make once the spice paste is done. I'm going to add it. I've got the red rice.
Oh, nice. Such a lovely presentation, Simaji.
Thank you. Bless you, Amrita. Thank you for saying that. Some potato, some carrot. We've got the orange of the carrots. We've got the root vegetables here. Go in with some more sauce. And now we want to make it even more attractive. And this is something
Coriander
that I
leaves.
love to do. And these are, we have coriander as well. These are
And onion.
spring onions. So
Yes, spring
these are
onion.
the ends of the spring onions. So you cut them really thin and soak them in water so they get all curly and beautiful.
Nice.
Okay. You're going to bring in the sour. Now, I like to do this at the end. So what I've done is I've cut half a lemon, put it in a cellophane. You can use muslin cloth and poke it a bit, and then you can just squeeze in the lemon for that sour profile. Or you can add it into the curry, but I like it really fresh. And I like lots of it because I'm from Africa, Kenya. Some lemon. And now this is something I have learned as I've gone along the way. I take some dried parsley flakes because I feel the flakes look very attractive, and I'm going to add one more element into this, which I feel is going to really uplift the dish, as a few chili flakes, just to give that delicate speck of gemstones, and
Lovely.
a wee bit of coriander if you
Coriander.
want. And there you are.
Oh, that
Your
looks
dish
so
is
yummy.
ready.
Yeah,
And
dish
see, it's
is
healthy,
ready.
Amrita.
Very healthy. Don't say
We have
healthy.
we
It's
have them
very
with
healthy, I would say.
chopsticks.
Yes.
It is healthy. It is healthy
It,
because it's very anti-inflammatory, and of course you've got red rice, which is very high in fiber, and anthocyanins, which are very heart healthy. So it
true.
works in so many ways for you. So this is a very healthy recipe. Have it
Absolutely.
with your quinoa, have it with your millets, have it with your brown rice. Even basmati has a low glycemic index, so you can have it with basmati rice,
Yeah,
and your
yeah,
dish is ready.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So we have Neil Kumar as well.
Please,
Let's hear
learning
from
us.
him. Neil Kumar, this dish
Yes.
is so yummy. It looks so good. So when are you going to take this?
So
Over to you.
yeah, it's a lovely dish. Seema, if it's not hot, the plate, can you bring it to the camera? That's it, bit more.
A closer.
And if you tilt it slightly without dropping any food, yes, a bit more tilt. Yeah, tilt down so the lemon or lime goes down. Lime end goes down, and come bring it near the camera. The lime end drops down. Yes, and now bring it to the camera. Bit more to the camera. Yes, stay there. There you are, viewers. You can capture this. Look at that garnish over there. It's beautiful dish. It's simple. This is something you can eat at night as well, because it's got a sleep inducing rice. Is that right, Amrita?
Yes.
So it's very good. Okay, Seema, you can put
Now,
it back there. That's
may I add
beautiful.
something? Should you have a peanut allergy? You can substitute the nuts, the handful of nuts, with cashew nuts or almonds. And should you actually have a nut allergy, then you can substitute the nuts with pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds. So you're really getting your really daily dose of antioxidants in. Now, if you're a devious mother like I am, and you want your children to get the omegas into their food without knowing it's there, shh. Add in a tablespoon of flax seeds into the masala when you're grinding it, or add in a tablespoon of hemp seeds into the spice paste when you're grinding it. They won't know, because the other ingredients flavors are so dominating. You've got turmeric, which is so dominating. You've got galangal and ginger, which are so dominating. They mask the flavors of the hemp seeds and the flax seeds. So like I say, there are always ways around it. Amita, I grew up with my mom. Punjabi households eat a lot of parathas, right? Panthe. Aloo
Yes, yes.
parathe.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, prantas.
And we would pick the spinach in recipes and say, I don't like it, it's yucky. So my mom used to do, she used to make her kitchen very exciting. So she said, today I've done some magic. I've made a green paratha, a green aloo paratha, and she would put pureed spinach into the dough, or she'd put a cooked pureed beetroot into the dough, or cooked pureed spinach into pumpkin into the dough. And she'd make it
True, true,
exciting. And
true.
as children, you have to uh, keep
Seema, you
playing around.
mentioned
But it's
Seema, you mentioned paratha. Even our Shivani Golapalli, she likes parathas as well. So she was smiling, although she is from south of India originally, but they
Hi,
love parathas as
Shivani.
well. A global namaste to you,
Global
Shivani. You love
Namaste
namaste.
parathas,
to
correct?
everyone. It's so wonderful. I just watched your recipe and my mouth was watering. I felt like, no, I should just go and dig into the plate. It's amazing. Thank you so
thank you,
much for this innovative
thank you.
recipe.
So both of you actually live in London. So at some point, you should cook for each other, and then we can come and sacrifice ourselves and try your food, eh?
Oh, definitely.
You're
Anytime.
all welcome anytime to come over and have a meal with us.
So
We're happy to do a Southeast Asian spread for all of you.
Seema, let's do once again. If you bring the recipe as close to the camera, so those can actually
Oh,
see the
Amrita
final.
ji,
Either the camera that you are talking to, if you can bring it there, that's fine. Okay, not that
Amrita
camera.
ji,
Okay, stay there.
sweet corn is beautiful in this recipe.
Stay there. Stay there. Thank you. Let's just bring that. Okay, so this is the camera, and keep
Yeah.
it keep it close. We are just going to remove the speakers and ourselves so we can just see it.
Look at the color of the red rice, like this, with the blend of yellowish green tinge of the lemons and the same tinge with spring onions you see and the green. It's like so colorful. This is the rainbow of the plate that I often talk to people that has to be taken, because these rainbows are rich in ingredients of nutrition, of micronutrients and macronutrients,
And it's
which
ready to, Amrita is ready to serve. Seema,
yeah.
if you just angle it, the lemon end can just drop. That's right. Drop a bit lemon end. Yeah, and come slightly closer in the center of the camera. That's it. Stop. Stop.
Perfect.
Stop. Don't move. But there you are. You can see the sauce in the middle, just below the green leaves there. You can see the lime, cut in. So if you love it, dash of lime is very good. If you can get used to lemon and lime, then salt content can be lesser. This thing can be eaten late at night. You don't have to make it spicily hot. And Seema said, if you got any nut allergy, then try the seeds. And in case if you've got seeds and nut allergy, then just improvise with something that you like that has got a bit of a bulk in it. So isn't it wonderful?
Yes, very
Brilliant,
much.
Seema. So keep
May I share something?
don't eat
Yes,
the dish.
please.
We'll show it a bit later
Don't
to
eat.
the people.
I'm so tempted to eat it.
You're
Don't
not
worry, I have
allowed
a
to
lot more
eat
here.
today.
I'd like to share with all of you that
So
if
Seema,
this is something
Seema, Dina from Philippines is still watching, and she says this is yummy. Can you sort of either use a drone or something and send it to her? She's in Philippines.
I wish I could. I'm virtually sending it to you with lots of love, Tina. And another thing I'd like to ask is that this is a very high fiber content dish, and it's super healthy. It's filled with vitamins and antioxidants and anti-inflammatory ingredients, and it is the perfect fill me up lunchtime dish. When the sun is at its highest, it's very high in fiber, so it's going to stretch you out till the evening. If you're going to have red rice, you're going to not feel so hungry even at 4 o'clock. Very often at 4 o'clock, I'm
Yes.
starving and I want a bowl of macanas or some handful of nuts or a nice big bowl of fruit or something. But when I have my red rice, I'm not hungry.
It's tummy filling actually, and it's nutritive as well. So
It's
definitely,
nutritive as
I'd
well.
recommend
And
to
it's a
people.
dish. It's a dish that can be eaten in the evening as well, about 3-4 hours before you go to sleep, because Dina mentioned that rice is okay as well, rather than eating steaks. And if you are a meat eater or something heavy, then this could be eaten early evening, and you'll feel good, you'll feel full, and it may give you a slight sleep induction as well.
Yeah, and I'd like to add, Neil Kumar, this diet I think is very good for Vata people. So all those who have a lot of anxieties and people who have a lot of indigestion and they feel bloated, I think the ingredients are right enough, which are increasing your good pitta element as well as it's warm, it's filling. It and the rice, red rice itself, it has got a good quality of filling up. So for all those Vata people, this dish is a good blend to be taken.
So it's
And I,
beautiful. Seema, what you stay around, you can clean up your kitchen and everything, and shortly we will be back with a multi chit chat. And just before you go, Shivani is going to let you go with a singing number. So she will
I would
start with a number
love
for
that.
She will
Yes,
start with a
yes.
number for all of us, and then she is going to show her preparation to us, which will be very exciting to watch as well. So, Shivani, what you're going to sing to us and then get into cooking mode?
आज मैं ऊपर आसमां नीचे, आज मैं आगे जमाना है पीछे, टेल मी ओ खुदा अब मैं क्या करूं, चलूं सीधी के उल्टी चलूं, लेकिन आज मैं डोसा इडली बनाऊंगी चलूंगी नहीं.
I'm so excited for that.
Good.
May I share one more thing? This recipe is very beautiful with noodles. So you
Yes.
can do the same thing and make a noodle bowl.
Absolutely
A
true.
winter noodle bowl or a spring noodle bowl with all the spring greens. It works beautifully.
Yeah. And I was
Amazing.
also thinking, Seema ji, we can like use this sauce for with the noodles boiling in, and it will give the whole flavor
There
into
you
it.
are, Amrita. You're a very good cook. You've nailed it. I can see where you're coming from. It works really well in a noodle bowl, and if you boil the sauce, and it'll take away the rawness of the sauce perfectly. And another thing is marinate your tofu and paneer in it
Mm. Yes.
and pan fried, and then put on top put a lot of toasted sesame seeds.
Yes.
It's really nice. It works beautifully.
Well, I can see
I
Lata's
think
mouth is watering as well. She is there, Lata. Lata, you are smiling. Your mouth was watering when you see Seema's dish. So maybe when Seema and Shivani gets together, we'll go and tuck in, Lata.
Exactly. That's that's what it's all about. Ayurveda eating and eating gastronomically. So next time I'm coming to the kitchen to help out.
So
Always
there you
Uh,
are.
welcome.
Maybe
Anytime, Lataji, you're most welcome.
So there
and
you are,
welcome
Seema.
to London.
Seema and Lata, you got assistant chef there. You got sous chef as well. So let's go to Shivani now. Lata, let's enjoy what Shivani has got to do. Seema, you can set your kitchen back up, and we'll see you back maybe in an hour or so.
Thank you.
thank you, Seema ji. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
joining and
much,
sharing.
Amrita. So much
Thank
joy
you.
always. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Hi
So,
everyone.
hi, Shivani. It's so lovely to always hear you. And I think with your melodious voice as well as the quality of cooking today, you're also going to share something really yummy, which I can't wait to see and uh, know how to prepare. And I think that will add up with that. But before that, because you sing so sweet. One more song, please, before
Any
we
request
move
you
further.
have?
No, anything, any of your tastes.
Hmm. लग जा गले कि फिर ये मुलाकात हो न हो, शायद फिर से जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो, लग जा गले से ये सिर्फ मुलाकात की ही बात थी.
बिल्कुल गले तो लगना ही पड़ेगा जब आप when you prepare such a lovely dish, then we have to hug each other. That's very important.
Well, today I'm going to tell you a simple batter. With this, you can make numerous varieties and
Okay.
you can be very innovative. So, to start with, I'll show you some ingredients I have,
Sure.
how to do it. Okay, hang on there. Mm,
So one batter and many recipes.
yes.
And that serves a very good purpose because we don't have time. It saves time.
So, this is idli rice and
Okay.
this is urad dal, lentils.
Yes. Hmm.
So the proportion would be one of urad dal and 3 of idli rice. So you need to soak them for 4 to 5 hours, and then after that you can grind it separately, urad dal and idli rice, and then you get a batter something like this.
Okay.
So, and it has to ferment for 8 hours. So if it's little colder place like London and all, I would prefer 10 to 12 hours.
Have you added some anything like curd as a
Uh,
fermenter or something else?
no, because
No.
it ferments on its own. This
Okay.
idli
Perfect.
rice has that quality which ferments. It is soft
Hmm.
in nature. So, and urad dal is good in protein and fiber. So,
Yes.
this is good for all diabetes and who are trying to lose weight. So, and gluten-free food. So, you can make varieties with it. And to make idli, I'm going to show you how. So, this is my idli plate.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to add some batter to it.
Do you apply oil to the base so that it doesn't stick, or is it fine?
I generally don't apply, but yeah, it'll be good if you can apply ghee to it. So I prefer
Mm-hmm.
ghee. And then okay, this is my idli steamer. So
Yeah.
this is how I am going to pop in. So this is the idli steamer. Okay, can't see here. So
Can you turn the camera towards the gas
actually,
flame a
I have
little?
one more camera here, the third one.
Okay. Okay.
So that one is not switched on. So
Oh,
Shivani, if you could put the third camera
sorry,
on
sorry. Yeah, I didn't.
and bring the speaking instrument slightly nearer so we can hear you.
Perfect.
Yeah. So this is my idli steamer. So it'll take 10 to 12 minutes to steam now. So I'll switch it on. So in the meantime, to accompany with idlis, I'll show you how to make chutney. So this is okay. I can show you. Roasted chana dal.
Right.
Yeah, and along with it, I have some coconut and tamarind and green chilies and a little bit of 1 to 2 cloves of garlic. So I'm going to put everything in a blender.
So Shivani, if you could bring the other instrument nearer so we can hear you clearly, okay?
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me? I think I have switched on only one,
Yes, it's better now. It's better.
but I have to stay here.
Yeah. How much amount of roasted chana dal we need per
I've
gram?
just taken a cup of roasted chana dal.
Okay.
Okay, this side is good. Okay. And then to this, I mean, like quarter cup of coconut would be good. And chilies according to your taste. Like,
Taste.
yeah. So if you have more chilies, then accordingly you have to increase the amount of tamarind. So it balances.
Tamarind. Right. Okay.
Yes. So I'm going to just make a paste out of this. I'll
And
grind.
how many cloves of garlic have you added?
For this much amount, I prefer only one.
Okay.
For 1 cup, this one is enough. Few people they add ginger also, and
Mm-hmm.
I'll be adding uh, half a teaspoon of cumin seeds along with this, and salt while grinding. So
Okay.
I'll just grind and come back. तब तक आप कोई गाना सुना सकते हैं मेरे लिए? Let's do अंताक्षरी.
I well, we can talk a lot more about these things
Or
in diet
yeah, you
in
you can talk
relation to
about,
that,
yes, you can talk
and you
about the
can,
fermented batter, which is good probiotic for health, gut health. So you
yeah,
can
yeah,
give me some
definitely.
ideas about that. So I'll
Yeah,
just come
yeah,
back.
definitely. Why not? So these kind of recipes which are shared in different parts of the countries and different parts of the world, they all have their own relevance. And because these are certain fermented recipes, so definitely they help in the gut microbiota increasing. Uh, in today's time, there's a lot of talk about gut-brain axis, and gut-brain axis has a very key role in understanding a lot of physical and mental health ailments, and it has become a very interesting research in many of the institutions where we talk about how our gut influences our brain neurological systems, as well as also about the kind of hormones that are released. And so the kind of food we are taking has a great impact on all these things which Dina talked about, sleeping, and in relation to Alzheimer's disease, in relation to a lot of neurological problems and senile disorders. People have noticed that your gut microbiota has a very, very key role. And uh, being a professional from the field of Indian system of medicine, I think the key concept of Agni, which people have talked about, the understanding of the gut microbiota has always been a priority for these traditional medicine systems that talks about how important it is to balance your diet and the choices that you make in relation to your food. Uh, these food choices, I think, Shivani ji, you also know that these kind of foods make a big difference on how we feel. Taking sometimes spicy foods, taking foods which don't align with the body also has got a, a link with your mental and physical health. You must have realized, and
Definitely.
that's how the foods go.
Yes, definitely. You're absolutely right regarding, as you eat, your body tends to tell you how to react, which is good, which gives you nutrition, everything.
True,
So,
true.
and I've
Yes.
just grinded my chutney. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
this looks correct actually. So I'm going
Okay.
to temper it. So I'm going to add a bit of mustard seeds. I've just put on my oil here.
Um,
I'm going to
we
shift it
cannot.
here.
Yes, please shift. Yes, yes, perfect. Shifted that
So while
side, and maybe,
Shivani,
yeah.
while Shivani is preparing that, Amrita, this food, which is predominantly from southern part of India, is now
Hmm.
world famous, that it
Hmm.
is part of a mainstream as well. The good thing about this food is because the sambar is heated and the idli, and chances of cross contamination and or food poisoning are the least. So this is one safe food for those people who travel to India to heat it, provided it has been given to you heated up. And you've got extremely less chances of getting food poisons as opposed to other fruits or salads which are not washed correctly. You could pick
Hmm.
up some food poisoning, E. coli, salmonella, and things like that. So this is one of the safest food to eat. Even following day, you are okay as long as you heat it up. Go ahead, Shivani, over to you and Amrita.
Yes. So
Yeah,
I,
Anil Kumar, right. And even this is very light as well. Yes,
yes.
Shivani,
So
please
I'm
go
just going
ahead.
to temper it. I've just added 2 tablespoons of oil. You can
Which
add
oil
less
have you
too.
used?
I've used olive oil.
Okay.
But yeah, you can have coconut, sesame, anything. They are very healthy. So I think Southern, they use most of sesame oil.
Coconut oil and
Coconut
yeah,
oil,
these
in
oils.
Kerala and all, they use coconut oil. In Chennai and all, they use most of sesame oil. So I'm from Hyderabad, so I use sunflower oil. But yeah, we have shifted to olive oil now. So just a teaspoon of mustard seeds and dry red chilies, a bit of curry leaves,
Mhm.
and a pinch of asafoetida.
Hmm.
Okay, here we go.
Wow.
Tadka.
Yeah. And asafoetida is said to be a very good raisin that is helping in many of the problems related with vata, as well as people who have problems of bloating and indigestion and things like that. I think this is a very good blend, and the colors that have come up are very nice, Shivani,
Yes,
where we see this.
you can do coconut chutney. If you add a bit of coriander to this, it becomes green chutney. You add
Hmm.
soaked, what do you call, red chilies to it, it becomes red chutney. So
Yeah.
basic base will be this. So whatever flavor you want, the color you want, you can just add to it, and the color and flavor changes.
Hmm.
So today I'm not going to make sambar because everyone have eaten sambar. I'm going to make Bombay chutney. It's kind of
Hmm.
instant. So to prepare this, I'm going to show you again different ingredients. So this is chickpea flour.
Okay. Chickpea flour. Hmm.
And to this, I'm going to add some water.
So Shivani, you are again from the speaking instrument.
Yes, I'm coming back.
And for the viewers, if you are listening, if you can hear the bit of whistling at the back, is because the idlis are being prepared. And the
Yeah.
cooker is telling us that shortly I'll be delivering fresh idlis.
Oh, it's
Oh,
done.
now be careful.
Yeah.
Whenever you open it, make sure the steam is let out before you open the
Yes.
top.
Okay, I'll just keep it aside for a minute.
Shivani, the container is slightly at the edge,
Wobbly.
so please bring it. Yes, that's it. Make sure that it's safe. Yes. What a wonderful thing. So this live idli is being prepared for you. This food you can eat almost any time. Even if the sambar is not extremely spicy, then at night, 3 hours before you
I
go to
can show
sleep, you
you
are
the
safe.
idlis. Okay, here they
Oh.
are.
Wow. So earlier you're prepared and this is what it looks, correct?
Yes. So I'm going to plate it after I do all my chutneys accompaniments with it.
Now, I can see there is enough for about 50 of us to suddenly turn up.
I can
Yeah.
make for n number of people. I love cooking.
Yes.
So always welcome. So to this I'm going to add bit of water, chickpea flour.
Hmm.
Yep.
How much water?
I need a thin consistency because when we cook, chickpea flour has a tendency to come close, right? So it
Hmm.
thickens. So a pouring consistency would be good. So we have to beat a bit so that there are no lumps in it.
So Shivani, if you could put it where the pan is, so it will be banging. Okay, yes, fine.
Oh,
It's okay. Okay, we can, it's fine because we are shortly going to put it in there. Yeah, that's even better. Now we can see everything. How will you know that you put enough water and not too much?
for 1:4 would be good. And
Okay.
I'm used to it. This is my measuring bowl. So,
Oh, okay.
so this is,
So there you are. It will help.
yes,
Approximately 1:4. Maybe
yes.
start 1:3.75 and see if it's not too
So
overdone.
I'm adding a bit of oil to the pan,
And what oil is that?
olive oil. I'm using all olive oil today.
And this olive oil is a cooking oil. It's got a high resistant burning power.
Yes.
Okay. So the viewers
And
must remember, don't use the dressing oil for olive. Use the
Yeah.
one that
yes,
is for
not the
cooking.
dressing olive oil, it's cooking olive oil which has fire, what do you call, fire resistance?
I like your spice box, Shivani. Can you bring it to the camera?
Oh,
Yeah, that's very cute. I also wanted to
Bring
say
it
the
the other
same
way
thing.
around so we can see. Yes, there you are. Look at that. I
Yeah.
love it. This is a bit of different one. Yes.
Hmm. And it's transparent. The best thing is this. You can
I
see.
know when it's finished, so I can refill it.
Yes, and you can also see that the ingredients have not mixed up because if the methi seeds fall in there, they are dangerous until they are cooked.
I'm going to temper it now with a bit of roasted chana dal. This is
Okay.
Okay.
a quarter teaspoon, and again we come with mustard seeds
Hmm.
Amrita, your mouth is already watering, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Shortly, you are going to serve the family a meal as well, aren't you?
and bit of
Yeah.
cumin.
Serving, I've prepared a Himachali dish well, but then thinking
Oh.
of preparing this for the next coming 2 days.
So I've
Idlis.
added chana dal, urad dal, cumin seeds, and mustard seeds. And again, I'm going to have a bit of chili, red chilies, 2 or 3, and bit of curry leaves, and again
Hmm.
asafoetida.
So that's the skinless urid dal, is it right?
Sorry,
It's a
Yes.
skinless urid dal.
skinless urad dal. Yes, it's white.
Okay.
And to this, I'm going to add nicely sliced onions, ginger, and green chilies.
There comes the tarka.
Okay.
Amrita, somebody is asking on the things, what is the English name for urid dal?
Lentils.
Well, lentils are general name, isn't it? What
Yeah,
is
white lentils.
White lentils. Yeah.
okay? So just if you could just serve white lentils, maybe, and you will see, or just put
I'm going to
URID
add a bit
BAAL.
of tomatoes.
Yes.
How many tomatoes? One tomato is good enough?
Yeah, I think one is good for
So
two
this is the
onions, one
chopped
tomato is
tomatoes, is
good.
it?
Sorry?
Yeah.
It's chopped. Chopped
Chopped.
tomatoes or
Yes,
peeled?
tomatoes are chopped. You can
Okay.
slice it small, or you can slice them. So anything would be okay.
I can see Lata is daydreaming that, oh my God, when am I going to eat my idli sambar?
I'm going to add a bit of salt to this now, so that the cooking
Mhm.
process fastens. And then I use sea salt.
Hmm.
Sea salt.
Yeah. And to this, I'm going to add a bit of turmeric
Turmeric.
and a little bit of chili powder. It's optional if you want, or else it's fine.
How many boxes you have, Shivani? Two,
I don't
three.
know, I just ordered it, 4, 5.
Oh, yeah, we can
So
see
now I
well.
like all spices also in it. So whichever are convenient, and I know, it's getting finished, I need to refill them.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
normally,
Hmm.
Shivani, we generally have that still box with a lot of little containers.
Yes.
You seem to
Hmm.
have gone for this 4 times plastic box per set. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to add this mixture to it now.
The chickpea flour is the besan, what we call in
Yes,
India, Hindi.
basin.
Okay, got it.
So if you see, this is a south version of one kind of chutney. You go Maharashtra, they make pitla, pitla bhakri. So this
Hmm.
chickpea flour is quite diverse, and that it is used in different parts of India, and it's quite
Hmm.
healthy. You don't need more oil to this. Still, it's a whole meal in itself. It has so much of protein in it. Okay, it's coming closer. So I need to add bit of more water to it. It thickens fast, it cooks fast.
Yeah. So we want to have it a little pasty kind of stuff, right?
It's like chutney, so you can dip and eat.
Hmm.
It shouldn't be
Hmm.
watery,
Hmm.
watery, or it shouldn't be very thick like sabzi.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it should be like chutney.
Yeah.
So it depends upon the quality of the flour, chickpea flour, how
Yes,
good it is.
yes, yes, yes. And moreover, when you put it on the flame, actually, it gets more denser and you really need to work on it. Yes.
Yes. So we have to
Yeah.
keep stirring it continuously. We have to give this a bit of time.
Hmm.
So I think I might need a little more salt to it. So I think we're almost there.
This part is very important, Shivani. I think so. The kind of blending you are doing, otherwise it will make,
Yes, it
yeah,
becomes lumpy and
lumpy.
the
Exactly.
consistency won't be correct.
Yes. So this is very important for all our viewers to know that you need to consistently just
Stir
move
it.
it.
Yeah, keep
Yes.
stirring it
Keep stirring it.
till you can see a shine in the sauce, the
So
Yeah,
chutney.
Shivani,
even the blend.
While you're constantly stirring it, maybe one antra of the song that comes in your mind with bringing love to the food.
Hmm.
रातें ये मौसम नदी का किनारा ये चंचल हवा कहा दो दिलों ने कि मिलकर कभी हम न होंगे जुदा ये रातें ये मौसम नदी का किनारा ये चंचल हवा.
See, Shivani, see what you have done. Even Dhanada has switched on the camera and she's ready as well.
I'm
Yeah.
going to finally put the garnishing to it. A bit of
Mm-hmm.
coriander.
Coriander leaves. Yeah.
Yes.
Dhanada is ready for the next meal. She just finished her breakfast, and I asked her, please join in for this meal as well. Her
And
dish.
Shivani, you mentioned about what the Maharashtrians add and everything. So she is from that state. She's in
Oh,
United States, but she's from that state. So I'm sure she
amazing.
would love to sort of customize this to the Marathi taste as well.
Yes.
Hmm.
इसका नाम भी वही है ना बॉम्बे चटनी.
Yeah.
Ah, Bombay chutney.
Dr.
Pitla.
Dhanada, please add up. Huh? Because Abhi, you have come from Bombay as well.
Oh.
Hello, global namaste,
Global
everyone.
Namaste.
How are you all eating without me?
No, no, we are ready to have like your expertise on that as well. See, wow, so yummy. This looks so good.
Yes, it's called pitla. Whenever we get lazy in the night or for dinner, we want a quick something.
Hmm.
This is so easy to make, and you
I
can
can
eat
see.
it with the rice, quinoa, couscous,
We
some
Hmm.
kind of a carbs
our
because this
side
is
we eat this with puri, idli, dosa.
yeah, yeah. Because it's full of protein and vegetables, you need some carbs to combine and make it more palatable. Carbs with the protein is a good idea because then protein breakdowns happens very well. So whenever they make idlis, carbs, they make sambar or chutney because it has a high protein with the lentils, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
our cultural eatings has very meaningful attitude towards us. So it looks very simple for the girls and the people they are in the culture, like, oh, this is a regular thing. But if you look at the nutritional attitude or nutritional aspect of bringing Ayurvedic principles in it, it has a lot of nutritional and functional value. Plus,
Yeah.
they says jaisa ann vaisa man, which means
Mm.
how you make your food or how you eat your food or what you eat, that's how you are going to build your character. So Shivani
Yes.
is singing and she's cooking. So everybody's gonna sing after eating that food in her house. So she's bringing such a joy to all of that.
Yeah, look at that. This looks so good. After seeing so many chutneys with the nyonya vegetable curry from Sima, and now with this chutney,
And
what?
Amrita, remember
Hmm,
the theme for Shivani is one better, many recipes. So
yes.
she's showing different recipes over here. What is going on now, Shivani? What are you going to do now?
So now I'm going to show you paniyaram. We call it guntapongnalu. So
Mm-hmm.
for that I'm doing a different batter with the same batter. So this is what I'm going to use for this.
Aha.
I also have it. I just cooked it yesterday.
Good.
You know, if you use ghee for these, of course, olive oil works as well.
Yeah.
But if you use ghee for it, oh my God, their
Yes.
taste
It must
becomes
be tasting. Yes,
so
yes.
That's next
enhanced.
level.
Clarified butter has a very unique taste. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, and ghee goes so well with
Nutrition.
the gunta pangul we call gunta
Gunta
pangul.
ponganalu. Ponganalu means fluffing up.
Yeah.
Ponganam.
Oh.
So
So it's
in this batter, is it visible?
Yes,
yes, yes.
yes.
Okay.
That's better, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to add bit of soaked chana dal.
Chana. Hmm.
Ah, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
and
See, see. New thing, Dr. Dananda, for you.
a bit of jeera again.
And chana
Mm-hmm.
is obviously favorite food of all the Indians because its crunchiness, its taste itself. I think generally once a week we do love our chana or chana variation, don't we?
And
Yes.
You know, chana is a horsepower food. They
Yeah.
Exactly.
said that horses eat and run at such a power,
It's a
and human beings use horsepower as the fastest unit. There is a reason for that because they eat chana, and chana has such a great lean protein. Rather than saying animal protein, the plant-based protein has a lot of value to digestion. You know, it digests better on your system
yes.
and
Yeah.
it removes the toxicity. It doesn't cling into your intestine.
Yeah,
So,
Dr.
Shivani,
Danada, let's see what she's
Shivani,
doing. Yes.
yes,
Shivani,
yes.
can you bring your preparation dish? I love the way the other one, where you actually got,
oh
where
my
you
God, she
actually,
put so many
Julian,
ingredients.
Oh, okay.
yeah, if you
Yes.
bring it,
That
so this is,
I'll get that
Please
again
tell.
because there is one more dish coming that time I want to show.
yes,
Okay.
So
fine.
please
No, no,
tell
plus
what you
tell.
have put.
So in this I have put bit of jeera, tomato, carrots, coriander, onions, and bit of salt.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually add green chilies and ginger to it.
Mm-hmm.
So a bit of curry leaves too.
So for
Okay.
those people who are connected to us on YouTube, Facebook, and a website, she's preparing a batter, which she is now going to dollop into this special dish where you can see there.
So, Shivani, what is the utensil called as? How can people buy this? What they need to
It is
tell?
paniyaram dish. That's what they
Okay.
call it, like pan. It's because paniyaram is Tamil name. For us, it's gunta ponganalu. So
Mm-hmm.
I think even Chinese people use this. They make all
They do their dumplings, don't they?
dumplings. Yes.
Dumplings. Okay.
So you just season it with a little bit of oil, and then once it's bit warm, then add your batter to it. It cooks very fast. It's a very quick recipe. You know, when children come back from school, you can add whatever ingredients you want in it, hide it, and feed them. All the
Wow. And it's
vegetables.
yummy as well, nutritive as well.
Yes.
Cool, cool.
And a bit of chana dal, the horsepower, as Tanada was saying, so it drives the people.
Yes,
Yes, yes,
absolutely.
undoubtedly.
Now I can see the base will cook well. How will the top cook? Are
I'm
you
going to
going to put a
sprinkle
lid on it or?
little oil over it.
Uh-huh. And
And
I
then,
like your spray bottle.
oh, thank you. So that I can use less of oil. And I'm
Yes.
going to cover it.
Aha. So covering is important so that it cooks
Yes.
equally everywhere.
I'm going to shift it here, and for dosa, I'm going to make masala, aloo masala.
Ah, another dish. So see, there you are, one batter and many dishes. So now,
One
yes.
batter, many accompaniments with many items.
Now, Shivani, I can see this is a standard pan anybody will have at home because you can make omelette in it or
Yeah.
fry your parathas. So you don't have to have a special dosa utensil. This will do.
This is not dosa batter. This is normal pan for, I'm making aloo masala dosa.
Okay, so you are going to make masala in this
Yeah,
for the
so
dosa.
for dosa, yes. So
Okay.
again, have to heat up my pan and add bit of oil. And same, the ingredients goes the same. All the tempering, urad dal, chana dal, and mustard seeds and cumin seeds. So mostly in all these batter, we use more of ginger, green chilies, and cumin seeds. It's very good for digestion, like hing and everything. It works well.
And most of the dishes are not taking too much time. So it's good for snack, it's good for lunch, it's good for dinner.
Absolutely. So the tempering goes same for everything.
Yes.
You can make it in advance and you can just pour it in all your dishes.
And just in a short time, this is the fourth dish you are making.
A bit of chilies and a little bit of onions. A little bit of salt so that you can fasten cooking.
Danada, do you make this dish at home or is it slightly different version?
So this is masala for what?
For dosa, masala dosa.
Oh, masala dosa. Yes, yes, we do. Yeah.
He's going to put some aloo in it. Is that right, Shivani?
Yes, boiled potato.
So for those who are listening who don't understand what aloo is potatoes, boiled potatoes. You add them into this onion, chilies, and light oil at the moment, because this is going to form the filling of the masala dosa, which you will see shortly what it's for. How is the cooking coming along?
See, this is how I'm going to turn it. It's working.
I can see they are lightly brown, so they are cooked over there, and now we are turning them. They already look beautiful.
So almost there.
I can imagine them with the chutneys. They would be so good.
The onions have become little translucent, so I'm going to add my potatoes to it. And to this, I'm going to add a bit of
I think the aroma is so good. Everybody in the house must be waiting to tuck into.
a very little chili.
Yes.
Yeah. एक दिन आप यूं हमको मिल जाएंगे, फूल ही फूल राहों में खिल जाएंगे, मैंने सोचा न था एक दिन आप यूं हमको मिल जाएंगे, फूल ही फूल राहों में खिल जाएंगे, मैंने सोचा न था. I think I need to add little water because it looks little dry to me. It hasn't
Yes, so you
come
can
together.
mash very well.
Yes. So I can use a masher now.
And you can even sprinkle lemon or lime juice as well. Yes.
I mean, like you can use lemon to it, but I like to add it in the end.
Yes.
I don't like to cook lemon.
It's coming along.
Yes. We are done with this. I'll just remove it.
Yep. I think Banuji is watching eagerly. I'm sure her mouth is watering as well.
Okay.
Lata, you are dreaming, aren't you? You are dreaming which recipe, because Shivani is your friend too. You are wondering which recipe you should eat tonight, don't you, Lata?
Well, I'm having a feast, aren't I?
Exactly, yes. You can see it's called fistful of recipe.
Yeah. No, I was just saying that curry. Can we it reminds me of curry, you know, the
Curry,
Punjabi
yes.
curry and the Gujarati curry without the yogurt. She
Yeah,
made that
curry.
without
Exactly, yes, you're right.
Hannah.
Yeah, बिल्कुल कड़ी है but दही नहीं है.
Dahi nahi hai. And I just like that variation that you created.
Because curry is more watery as opposed to what she has made. So
And I mean, she
It's semi
thickened
semi
it.
consistency what this chutney. It's like chutney. Curry and
yes.
all you eat with rice, so it has to mix well with rice. So these are
Yeah,
all
I
dipping
like it.
things, right? So you dip and eat.
Yeah. But it's nice with Italy, no?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And
Especially
your
with puri and all, it tastes amazing.
and what about with the dosa?
Dosa, yes.
Mm.
Crispy dosa. Please come over.
Neil, we gotta go. You can't let a good offer slip by.
Yeah, we can have a feast one of these days because they're all in London. Shivani, I noticed that you kept whole chilies there. You didn't chop them. Any reason?
No, I split them. They're not, they are.
Okay, you've split them, have you? Yes.
Yeah.
Fine.
So the children don't have to eat it if they, you know, they can
Yeah,
just
they can remove it aside because mummy tikha hai, mummy is spicy and all. So,
The flavor would
especially
be
for them.
there.
So, we are done with this.
and chilies are healthy as well for the children, but
It's good for digestion again. It creates
and
heat.
vitamin C.
Yes.
Dhanada, you love your vada pav. We can have this and with the pav, can't we? The
Yeah.
mix.
Yes.
We can make vada with this and
Yes.
pav.
You can make the loaf of like a like a stuffed sandwich kind of,
Yeah, sandwich one
you know.
in between.
But I am really envying Shivani because she's getting her work done also.
He's clearing
By making,
the
and I am watching, thinking, what should I cook today?
एक तीर दो
Hmm.
निशान.
And so nicely white dressed you are. Look at, can we have a look at your face?
Yeah, she's here on the second camera.
I'm here.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
You
good.
know what? We can't see you because it's a blurry.
There's a light
Oh,
on top,
Yeah,
okay.
blinking
blur.
light.
If you can remove the blur.
The light behind you, you
Oh,
know the
oh,
ceiling
actually it is
light? Yeah,
recording.
if you
Huh?
switch
Yeah,
it off,
switch it off.
Okay.
then you will be okay just for a
For a
while.
second, yeah.
So Danada can look at you and smile so she knows who it is. Yes. Now if you come near,
Okay.
there you
Yeah,
are.
much better.
Okay,
Now,
I'll keep it like that.
yeah, it looks gorgeous.
Awesome.
I'm going to show you uttapam.
Oh, my favorite.
Another dish.
Oh.
So same batter goes for
Mm.
that. This too.
And Danada, does Ayurveda like these dishes?
It's mentioned in Ayurveda. Uttapam, kuntapangu, rice, uh, potato curry, everything is mentioned.
To this, I'm going to add bit of jeera, cumin seeds,
Yes.
and you can do n number of varieties. So now you can add your
Wow, look
Yeah.
at that platter itself looks so colorful and rainbowish.
onions,
Awesome.
a bit of capsicum,
Oh.
Mm.
tomato,
Now,
All
one of
it's basically a pizza, but more
without cheese, without cheese,
toppings and without cheese.
and
Lot of
Indian pizza with less dough in it. There is no dough. You see, this is much better.
there's no
yeah,
gluten in it. There's no
Yes.
no gluten.
gluten.
A
They're
splash of
gluten
oil.
free.
Now, Shivani,
Some
while that is cooking, bring your prepared dish to the camera. Let's see. So, as a good chef, you should always prepare the ingredients. Bring the ingredients of the pepper and the coriander and everything to the camera. Now, a good chef always keeps this ready. So they are not rushing and things are not going to burn out.
look
And
at
then it's
that
all ready.
beetroots,
And this is a
carrots,
rainbow color. So it's so beautiful.
capsicum, potato, coriander leaves, and tomatoes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a rainbow.
You
What is
you
insisted.
can add even thoda butter or corn,
Yeah.
sweet corn. People add mushroom too. I don't know. I can't go next level.
Chalo,
But
address bhejo. Send your address to all of us.
Yes.
I'll be here in London. You can come anytime. I'll just transfer this to this.
So the beauty of these foods, you can eat it at breakfast, lunch, dinner, anytime,
And snack too.
and snack as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
And how does it go down with the children?
They love this food. So I'm happy my dinner is done. I don't have to work
I
hard.
know. That's what I was saying.
You're doing two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Well, she has done 6 birds with one stone. This is the sixth. This is the sixth recipe she is going
Even
to make.
breakfast is ready for me.
And this is a classic example of women doing multitasking. She's singing, presenting, cooking, and feeding
thinking
later
about
on
tomorrow.
at the same time.
And more important, she is enjoying. So she's putting good
Mm.
energy in the food.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it
The
makes
love.
tremendous difference.
So
And
I
the
love cooking.
laughter.
I love
The
food.
laughter.
So.
Yes.
The only thing is we are envying right now. So
The mouth is watering.
You know,
our
everything
mouth
is
is
reaching you.
watering.
Everything is reaching you. You are
Thank
mentally
you.
having it. You are enjoying it. At least you're not
Hey,
putting weight. It is
we
not
need a
weight.
tech.
बस देख के पेट भर रहा है. Weight
You
नहीं
know,
बढ़ रहा है.
I watch my mom cooking bhakri, or sometime we are not so very like a expert like her, you know. And I sometimes wish, my God, if this technology could improve a more little bit, she can just switch a button after making that food comes to me, and I am wondering, okay, that kind of a technology should come now.
I think it'll have to be just Amazon bringing it
Yeah, no, then Amazon
in 2 hours.
like whoever brings this technology, they would be really like
Canada, you mentioned technology. So the Marriott Group in India have started using robots. The robot comes to your table. You order what you like and it brings very fast. It
wow,
clears your table very nicely. Then it says, "Are you okay? May I help you with anything?" And you can
wow.
say the pineapple was not cut correctly. No problem, madam. I will do it right now. So right now in Marriott's in Mumbai, the robots are serving.
Yeah. Well, they've
Wow.
been doing that in China as well. Around
Mm.
the hotels, they go around
Yeah,
just
The
with
China
the
one
trolley.
was picking up the plates and everything. The one in India are now almost serving you. So I mean, it's just amazing what happens. That looks delicious, Shivani, the prepared dish.
I'm going to make a masala dosa now.
Oh,
Stuffing the
with
masala
the
in.
Just the
potatoes.
plain batter. Yeah.
Mm.
This
This
is
is,
the wealth of South Indian foods, vegetarian foods.
Yes. Being a vegetarian, I'm proud of it.
Absolutely.
And so
I
many
think,
So
varieties.
this is what people would like to know that
yeah,
when they question, oh, what you guys eat, they ask this question to me, many of my patients, what is left to eat if you guys are vegetarian? And there is so many good foods and
And they are nutritious and they are, good in everything, good aspect for us.
absolutely,
So
absolutely.
इसके लिए इतना सोचना भी नहीं पड़ता है. In 2 minutes, it's done.
this
Yeah,
is Neil's favorite, isn't it, Neil?
Well,
Masala.
I'm not partial. I generally eat every vegetables that exists. I eat generally whoever's house I go to. I eat their favorite foods because it's taken them years to acquire taste. So
Yeah.
never tell people what you want to eat. Go to them because they will generally try to feed you good. So if you went to Shivani's house, she will make sure she feeds you the best.
Yeah.
But because she has
Very best.
acquired the taste, she will do
She'll
that.
give you
So,
a menu and then you can.
yes.
so I don't choose menu. My menu is what you eat is what I want to eat because it takes them years to acquire. I can see, look at that dosa coming out so nicely.
I
This
can
Neil,
batter is
see.
so
Neil
versatile.
can eat anybody. No problem.
Neil's favorite is I can see that he's acting on that.
Yeah, I believe you,
With the
Neil.
chutney and idli sambar.
Idli
Idli
I
sambar,
sambar.
mean,
yes.
earlier we did idli there and a
Amrita,
chutney
I
there.
guess, went to make her own dinner. Now she got inspired by Shivani. She's kind of let me get finished it as well.
She's doing
She's serving the family
She's
the meal
serving
right now.
me. Yeah,
Himachalian meal. She's
yeah, yeah.
so this is going to be next on
Ah,
the menu.
Shivani is actually preparing here. Let's bring that camera. Yes, we can just see there.
Mm.
Which dish is this, Shivani?
This is for dosa I'm keeping.
Yes.
Goes with everything.
Mm.
Wow.
Dosa, idli, uttapam, guntapangu. Wow.
The Mangaral, everything. So
And
I,
the other one, we did the mini ones.
yes.
What is the mini ones?
I don't know what.
The little puffy
It was
ball.
Tamil.
That is
Tamil dish.
guntapangul. Guntapangul, they call.
Bunta Parmur? Never heard
Mhm.
it.
We'll just call it mini dumplings, so it's easy to remember.
Mini dumplings, yeah.
South Indian mini dump. Yeah.
Wow, so many dishes. So maybe we'll zoom the camera into each prepared dish. Look, there you are. Look, the whole thing is. I bet the whole household is waiting for it.
My son is already here.
Your assistants must be also waiting, Shivani.
Yeah.
Is that your husband there?
Oh, he isn't here gardening today. He got time for gardening finally.
And who with this? Oh yes, your son here who helped you set up as well.
Yes.
Oh, he's taken the plate out. He's just saying, I want to try now. Look at that.
Give me 2 minutes, it'll be done.
Yes, he's ready for it, right now. And we'll bring it to the camera so we can show everything again a bit later. Yes. And now Dhanada can't wait, so she is going to make some quick food for herself as well.
Is it visible?
Yes, we can see. It's what an expert and professional, Shivani.
Thank you.
Well done, darling.
Are you making something else, Shivani, now?
I'm cleaning up. I can't see it like this.
Yes.
I actually want to make chai if you're interested.
Let us show to the camera all the finished dishes.
Okay.
If you could bring it to the camera. Yes, beautiful. And pick each one by one and tell us what it is. Bring it to the camera. Yes.
This is idli, and this is the roasted gram flour, no, not gram flour, roasted chana dal chutney, and this is gunta ponganalu with mixed vegetables, and this is the masala dosa. Here is
Yes.
the stuffed masala dosa with Bombay chutney and same roasted chana dal chutney.
And very nicely you've kept as well. So gastronomically it looks appealing. And which is this dish?
And this is uttapam, mixed veg uttapam with Bombay chutney.
It's delicious.
Okay.
So wonderful. And then all this you've done within just literally 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Variety of it. Of course, you have kept the batter ready. But it's so amazing.
Just a minute.
Bhanuji, you are there. You have obviously got experience of cooking as well. Your mouth is watering as well. What do you think?
Which Banuji? Are you talking to me?
Yes, the one who has opened up the sound.
I'm cooking myself in my kitchen now.
Areva, what are you cooking?
Well, my Gujarati food,
And what is it? What Gujarati food are you making?
guar dhokli.
Guwar dhokri. Kya
Yes.
baat hai. So the East Africans, they really love guwar dhokri.
And with the green salad and everything.
Yes,
But I like this cooking, what she's doing now, because I'm making also sometimes idli, dosa, sambar, everything. But her is maybe different way. Mine is a bit different way.
yes,
But I
everybody
always
has got.
Tasty, I'm sure about it.
Yeah, but I'm always looking the recipe, when I'm cooking also.
Oh,
Yeah, I always look the recipe, what they're doing, how they cook.
but everyone has their own personal touch.
Oh, yes. Everyone. But it tastes nice. I like the idli dosa and everything.
Oh.
I like
I
it.
like dal dhokli, I like dhokla, everything. I make that too.
I thought, let me make dal dhokli and goa. Thank you to talking to me.
Thank you. So stay around. We are now going to chit chat Ayurveda and its values. And we will be showing a kanji recipe as well. And the kanji recipe will be doing quite well. And maybe Dr. Naveen Gupta might be coming from the ship. He's traveling at the moment. So Shivani, what is your favorite dish?
Mine is crispy dosa, onion crispy dosa, rava onion crispy dosa.
Rava onion crispy dosa.
Yes.
And Dhanada mentioned that Ayurveda actually mentions some of these ingredients and the dish. And from the Ayurveda point of view, Dhanada, how healthy are these dishes? Because she didn't use too much oil. We were watching. She was in fact spraying and not wasting too much oil in it.
Because I give credit to this my iron cast pan.
Yes.
Because it keeps the heat consistency proper, it's not like non-stick and all. Garam ho gaya and ye काफी देर तक garam रहता है. So this one.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
and
thick.
it's nice. It keeps things heated up
Yeah.
faster, cook slowly, so you're not overheating, not carbonizing the food, which was so beautiful. The way you laid everything out nicely clean. So from health and safety point of view, that was beautiful. The way you have garnished, Shivani, because it's nice to garnish food, it gives
Yeah.
this mouth-watering feeling and you feel good. And if you can eat slowly and consume slowly, then the digestion improves as well. Isn't that right, Danada?
Of course, of course. See, regular meals you are eating, they should be fresh, seasonal, and freshly cooked meals. Plus, Shivani has added spices and herbs like turmeric, cumin, coriander, and many of the vegetables, as we see that enhances digestion and assimilation, which where she's also spiritually singing and enjoying and put that joy into it, which also adds up the concept of Ayurveda having balanced the emotions and the mind and spirit into enhancing your nutrition while you are physically considering your health. So these are very um, comprehensive outcomes, or you can say benefits, of how we putting it all together in the vegetarian diets.
Shivani, do you ever get angry or annoyed that you are having to cook, or do you really love it always?
Oh, not for cooking. बाकी सबके लिए गुस्सा आता है.
बाकी गुस्सा आ जाता है, but like when you do food, so that's so
No,
beautiful
I
that you are
love cooking.
feeding your family with love.
Yeah.
After all,
I
the family
I think
belongs to
maybe it's in
you.
the genes. My grandma is also a wonderful cook. She used to make,
Mm.
ऐसे 5-6 किलो ऐसे ही बना देती थी.
Yes, so it's so beautiful to feed with love. And as you are cooking, and cooking is a very good exercise as well, because you have to move, your hands have to roll, your body has to move, you have to pick utensils, then you go to wash them as well. So it's a natural exercise, which is so beautiful. And just in a short space of time, there are 5, 6 different dishes you did. So the whole family definitely can enjoy. And you've got healthy rainbow salad there as well that can be added on.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's so.
Kachumbar. We're going to make it.
So let's one by one, once again. So those who are going to watch recording, we bring dish again to the camera in a slight angle so they can capture it. So if you bring it one by one, just wait a moment. Let me remove all the screens so that we can do that. And if you could bring it to the
That camera is
preparation.
good.
Yeah, bring it. Which camera do you want to bring it to?
It's over there. That is good because already it's in that angle.
Can you point?
This
Okay,
one?
so I'm going to remove this screen. Yeah, one moment.
Yeah.
That's it. Yes, we can see everything together. So one by one, yes, if you bring it to the camera, yes. And if you could tell us what it is.
This is aloo masala dosa with the Bombay chutney and roasted chana dal and coconut chutney.
So it's a meal in itself.
Yes. And this one is gunta ponganadu or paniyaram. This is steamed idlis, and this is roasted chana dal and coconut chutney.
Yes, beautiful.
And this is mixed veg uttapam with Bombay chutney.
And in mixed veg, you can put any toppings that you like.
Any toppings you
There are
like.
children nowadays, they put cheese on it as well. So they've got mini pizza.
You can even add cheese. You can make pav bhaji dosa. You can make Szechuan dosa. You can make palak paneer dosa. How many
Yes,
other varieties you want? There is no limit to it. So that's why one batter, many dishes.
it's purely amazing.
And even in idli also, you can add all those vegetables and steam it up and add bit of ghee to it and eat with any chutney powders. I have same roasted chana dal and coconut and red chili powder. So we eat with that too.
Wow. Now I can see your son really enjoying. He just cannot wait.
So
Tell him what is his favorite food. What's his name?
what's your name?
Hello, I'm
Yeah, hi. What's your name?
I'm Ritwick.
And I can see you've got a big smile on your face. So were you waiting for mom to finish all the dishes?
I mean, it looks all really good.
And how good a chef mom is?
Good enough to open up a restaurant. That's what I would say.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Look, everybody loves mommy's cooking.
Yes, really good.
Shivani, you were going to show a chutney to us. Were you showing a chutney?
This is same again roasted chana dal, coconut, a bit of garlic, chili powder,
Aha.
salt.
So,
That's it.
so it's something you sprinkle on, is it?
Yeah, you can sprinkle on dosa, or you can add bit of ghee to this powder and eat like chutney, dip it and eat. So we make so many different chutney powders like this. You know, that gun powder,
Yes.
and dhania jeera ka powder, and curry leaf powder. So this is like always we'll be having like haldi and chili powder at our place.
So look, your mouth was you made mouth watering dish, so Dhanada couldn't wait, so she's gulping something and say before I speak up, let me feed myself. So Dhanada, your points to Shivani, and then let's get into the Ayurveda part of a kitchen in the cooking.
Oh my God, she got 100 out of 100.
Thank you.
And she did it with love and fun. So before we start with you, Dhanada, now Shivani, now that we are happy and all the food is done, any full number that you want to sing of your choice, Aram se baith ke, anyone you want to sing for our viewers.
अखियों के झरोकों से मैंने देखा जो सावरे, अखियों के झरोकों से मैंने देखा जो सावरे, तुम दूर नजर आए, बड़ी दूर नजर आए, बंद करके झरोकों को जरा बैठे जो सोचने, बंद करके झरोकों को जरा बैठे जो सोचने. आज के लिए इतना ही.
Well, it's beautiful. You've done a wonderful job. You made it with love. You made so many varieties, and very proud of you. So it's
you
really
so much.
beautiful.
Thank you, Neil ji. Thank you, Lata ji, for always, giving me this warm and loving welcome and, itna pyar sab. And so I'm happy to come anytime. And
Let's
Amrita
take
was
a-
so lovely. And
Let's take a-
that tea.
Shivani, let's take a quick comment from Seema, India, and we've also got Dr. Naveen Gupta, who I think is traveling on a ferry at the moment, and he might quickly talk about kanji as well, and then Dhanada and everything. So, Dr. Naveen Gupta, if you can landscape your camera. Seema, what did you think of all the dishes? You can see it on the camera.
Oh my, what an elaborate spread and done so fast and with so much love, skill, and perfection. Amazing. Thank you, Shivani ji.
Thank you so much.
So, Seema, you
Really,
started
really
everybody's
lovely.
mouth watering with your such
Yeah.
a wonderful recipe, and you it was rice based as well, and then in comes Shivani, 6 recipes with one batter in just 45 minutes. So isn't it amazing?
I was just thinking that Penang, Peranakan Nyonya curry would go well with idlis as well because it's coconut based.
Yes.
Yes,
It's
yes,
like
yes.
in Mangalore, Danadadi ji, you would know also in many parts, they have gushis, they have gushi curries with sanas, which are close to idlis. They're made with toddy, right? Fermented toddy. And a lot of homes substitute the sanas with idlis. So I was just thinking, I must try this the different nyonya curries with idlis or even for texture dosas or even I don't know if you guys have had neer dosa.
Yeah. It's
Neer
Kerala
dosa,
from,
which is
it's
a
from
rice
Kerala
dosa.
side. Yes.
It's Kerala and kuri roti.
Yes, it's Bangalorean dish, neer dosa
Yes,
and roti and all. But this appam and stew, that is actually a coconut-based thing, which they eat in
absolutely
Kerala.
Caroline.
Yes,
Absolutely.
puttu and
Oh,
all.
yes.
Only the size
Yeah,
and shapes are different, but core ingredient is always rice and coconut in all these dishes. Especially chutneys and all, you'll find coconut.
beautiful. So lovely.
So you can see
I'm
all the dishes
hungry.
here, variety of dishes just in one go. The family is ready to tuck in. Shivani, go and feed them and then maybe come back and we will chit chat with Danada and Amrita and Dr. Navin Gupta. I think he's on a ship, but he has got a connection. So let's go now. Seema, Amrita, let's bring the Ayurveda of the food. And we've also got Dr. Navin Gupta back again. Dr. Navin Gupta, if you could make your camera landscape and we chat with you, please. Try to put your camera landscape, please. Perfect. He's just putting, yes, keep it like that. Thank you. And a global namaste to you. And you can unmute yourself now. Have you landed in Paris? Are you in the Calais now or are you still in
To
the
all of you.
ferry? Can you hear us, Dr. Navin Gupta?
Yes. Hello.
Are you in the
Global
ferry? Are you in the
number.
ferry or are you in Calais now?
I think we not so good. All of the
You can hear us? Yeah, the signal is freezing. I think he's in a ferry right now.
but as far as I can, I will do. But I think the if I don't I feel that I could listen to you. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. So, since I cannot show my kitchen because it's the kitchen of the DS ferry, so I
Yes,
cannot
you are
show
in
the
the
kitchen
ferry.
now. Yes, I'm in the ferry from London to France, and so yeah.
So let's show your recipe first, and then Amrita, Danada, and you can talk about it. So it's a kanji. For those people who are listening, this is an Ayurveda drink. It's a health drink. And here it is. Dr. Navin Gupta especially made the presentation for us. So we are going to gently, slowly scroll. So when you watch the recording, you have the recipe and ingredients over here. Dr. Navin Gupta, tell us a bit about kanji and why it's healthy.
You see, kanji is a very well-known probiotic health drink. Even when I didn't know what is probiotic from those times, from my graduation, we are using kanji as an Ayurvedic drink, and so it's the one of the best drink for gut health, and at the same time it promotes digestion, and me particularly, I found out that the kanji recipe is so good, and I have couple of patients from cystic cirrhosis of the brain, which is a very difficult disease of the brain, of the nervous system, and that was treated by kanji only. Of course, in that kanji, in that instances, I put also the Ayurvedic herbs. Then this will not be so palatable. But at that time, the patient would have taken it. But in general, let me discuss the kanji recipe to all of you. So first of all, you have to buy the black carrots and the red carrots. Usually, in London, what I've seen, the red carrots are available, but the black carrots are not so good available. But I buy it in Sloan's Care, so it will be available. So you take black carrots and you have to peel them off, and you have to wash first, and they peel them off. All the recipe, everything is step by step is explained here. But now, since I'm talking, so then you are making some julienne cuts. I mean, I have some long cuts. You are having for both the, and then you are boiling it in the water with a thick bottom pan or casserole, and then when this is boiled, then you let it cool down, and you have to put mustard seeds and black salt, and at times if you put asafoetida, that will be wonderful combination. And in that case, it will be a ready between 3 to 4 days. If you put it on a heater, a room heater, if there is in the cold season, but nowadays since from the windows warmth is coming, sun is there, so you can put it in your kitchen at the sun's. That the jar has to be perfectly closed by not by a lid, by a cloth piece, so that the air flow should be inside. And then within 3 to 4 days, the drink is ready. So benefit as per Ayurveda, we say it balances or it stimulates all the 13 Agni. I'm here talking a little bit special term. We call it Tirodasha Agni, 13 Agnis. So the main Agni, the digestive fire, of course, digestive and metabolic activities. At the same time, I'm also talking about the fire of 5 elements from the earth, water, air, fire, and ether. So here you might have noticed that I've talked about fire of fire. The fire element also has its own fire. The earth element also has so it will balance all the 5 elemental fire. And at the same time, it will also stimulate 7 fires from the 7 basic tissues, which we call Saptadhatu. And that is lymph, blood, muscle, fat, bone marrow, and the reproductive tissues. So in males, we call it semen. In female, we call it menstruation. So all the 7 dhatus. So that's why 7 fire of the tissues, 5 fire of the elements, and 1 fire of the digestive system. So it will balance all the fires, rather stimulate all the fires, because in Ayurveda, we say Agni, and that's linked to this drink. That's why I'm a little bit more explain about Agni. So Agni is the first syllable on the whole earth, on the whole universe. Its first syllable. And its first syllable is A, which expands the whole cosmos. So that means the kanji drink will work on the Agni and with your own micro self, microcosm. It will work on all tissue, cellular level in your body. And that's why we can say that it works on the gut-brain axis. So it's one of the wonderful drink also for immune support. Please.
I just wanted to say, for the layman's perspective,
Yes.
Kanji in Ayurveda can be considered very similar something drink as a sangria. How many of us know sangria? Have you heard sangria?
Me not.
Yeah, it's a Spanish drink.
Yes, it is on every sangrias are also made as kanjis, and kanji is a concept that carried away later into the bars and drinkers as virgin sangrias or added alcohol sangrias. But here, this is we can call as a virgin Ayurvedic sangria, that what Dr. Naveen has put together. Sangria is also referred in Ayurveda with fermented rice, fermented different types of vegetables, and of course, it is compared to many households a probiotic rich drink which has grains and vegetables, which definitely what Dr. Naveen Ji is telling. But I just wanted to highlight that for the purpose of understanding to our audience, it can call as Ayurvedic sangria.
Okay, beautiful. I didn't know this word because Spain is the only country where I've never worked in Europe, so I don't know Spanish at all. Anyway, so this drink is known in Ayurveda as Dr. Dhanara has said. All the grains can be used, even potato you can make it, and beetroot is so good. So when you can mix the beetroot also with the carrots, and since this recipe was made by me yesterday only because I was not sure that I will be able to attend or participate. That's why I put all the ingredients in place. And if there is any question, I can answer. Otherwise, I don't know when my connection can be lost. Please.
Amrita, your comment. Dhanada, your comment. Seema. The kanji. Kanji is very famous drink. Wherever Indians are settled in the world, kanji is a drink. The Gujaratis use it the most. So much so that anything that comes to health, Gujarati first thing will say, we'll make kanji for you.
No,
Yes.
everybody uses Neil. Marathi people, South Indian people, everybody uses kanji. Whenever kids are not feeling well or they have a fever, we only give rice kanji or kanji worth of a payasam, not adding. So it's very light food basically, and it enhances the agni. That means it gets rid of toxicity basically. So definitely, Seemaji, you were saying something, and Lataji also.
Seema, you are in Kenya.
Yeah, over to you,
So
Simaji.
yeah, so when you speak about kanji getting rid of toxicity, does it work on such a deep level that it can actually help eliminate ama, like scrapers, like ginger
Yeah,
and
yeah.
turmeric, help as you know, from our
Yes.
shrotras, from our energy channels?
Yes.
So it
Yeah, yeah.
can. And I have one more question: can it help also increase ojas?
If the
Yes.
Agni
Yes.
increases, Ojas automatically increase because it will help build the dhatus, and ultimately when you build dhatus, which is tissue formation, which is the regeneration of new cells happening, which means your immune system Ojas is also coming into picture.
Yeah.
So it's a wonder drink then.
It is.
It's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
wonder health
It's really
drink.
a wonder drink.
It's a wonder health drink used
Seemaji,
by.
Seemaji, I would like to add two more words. You have spoken about ojas so beautiful.
Ji.
And I will add that it enhances the prana. And it is one of the best things for tejas. So you can count on prana, tejas, and ojas, the aura. And it's so beautiful
May
drink.
I ask?
Yes, please.
May I ask? Even though it's fermented,
Yes.
and this is my limited knowledge of Ayurveda that I have in a small nutshell, that everything that you consume should be made within 4 hours of production to keep the pranic level of the item that you consume very high. Now, kanji is made and fermented, right?
Yes.
So in a literal sense, it's not consumed in within 4 hours of production. So it still enhances prana. So that is so fantastic what you said. Is it because of all the elements it has that it works on the ama, and it works on the different types of digestive fires, etc.? That's how it increases the prana.
Yes, that's one. And when you are saying about ama, I will also make it, I will emphasize it here. It also uh, treats pratiyama. There is ama and there is essence of the ama, not in a good way, I'm talking, in a bad way, in a more toxic way. That is pratiyama. So it treats the pratiyama also, because this is the drink. It's just not the probiotic drink as we can see very easily. As I was saying already to you, that it works on the great gut brain axis, and then I mentioned about all the 7 dhatus. So that means it will support all the dhatu system, all the tissue system. That's it.
And Lata,
That's so fantastic.
you had a
So
question, Lata?
Yes. Global Namaste, Naveenji.
Well, that's true.
This is a beautiful thing. I think Seema and I are learning something new. I've heard about kombucha tea, the other version of probiotic and good for the gut. But this looks like a much more healthier way of increasing and energizing. And also, how is it safe to drink every day a little bit?
Yes, it is
Yeah, yeah.
250 ml is safely to be, but you have to take care of the seasons. So usually it's a spring and the drink for the summer season. So
Yeah.
this season, if you take 250 ml to 500 ml every day in the morning, so it will be wonderful. So when you are ready with the kanji, so you have to make sure that the next lot is also ready for you. So that's why when we say like this, that all automatically means that we are talking about that it can be used every day freely, and also for the benefit benefits of other people who are watching this on different media, I will tell that even me, I mean, I'm talking about myself only, in a very particular case, I've also treated the bile stones patients from this. So it has the potential to reduce the concentration of bile. And even for one patient was having a stone in the common bile duct, and patient was totally into jaundice. Even Kaji could take out the stone from the common bile duct, for which the surgery is advised. So it's a beautiful drink for all the pitta conditions, bile juice, bile pigments. Even it will increase your reproductive health and skin health and hair care. So it supports on many levels.
So,
So how
Dr.
does
Naveen ji, did you use the carrot kanji for the bile stones?
I used carrots, and then of course I used also beetroot, and then I used some licorice. I used licorice.
Licorice.
Licorice I used, and I used also fennel seeds.
Fennel seeds. Okay.
Fennel seeds.
You added this in the kanji itself?
Yes. No. When we are adding all the ingredients which are mentioned on the paper, then I add all these ingredients
As
on
a
top of that.
prakshepa dravya he has added.
Yeah,
As a
the
prakshepa
Yeah.
dravya.
And even there is if there is a tendency, the moment you know that there is a patient who's got tendency to develop the bile stones, because the bile juice gets concentrated. This is how, and then gallbladder does not function at all. So the moment we know it, if you start it, bile stones will not form. So it's a beautiful drink for that level, and also on the duodenal level, also on the prostatic urethra, also for the PCOD conditions, polycystic ovary disease condition. So it can treat so many conditions. The only thing is that since I'm talking so deep, maybe the people will not be able to get it. Then we have to add some Ayurvedic herbs also, and then palatability will not be so good. But because it's a sour drink, then the people can feel good about it.
So let's do something. Seema, Amrita, you've got this on an email, both of you. Seema, if you can Instagram and put it on a Facebook and tag it to people, so those people who are on a YouTube, Facebook, on a website wondering how can they see the recipe, it's there on the recording. We have done it very slow, so you can do. And also, if you could put it on the social media and just tag each one of us, Seema, it's on your email, okay? On a Spicy Touch email.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
let's put
I
it
have
on.
one question for you.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Seema.
The question I have is that there are two types of kanji. One is, like they have in South India with the rice, where they ferment the rice overnight with water, and then they eat that the next day, where they put some onions and coriander and green chilies. And then we have the kanji that we have, which I grew up drinking in North India, with the beetroot and
Yeah.
which one is more potent?
So you can use kanjis for different purposes, Simaji. Mainly classical kanji is made with the rice, the way you are explaining. Those are the pure classical kanji.
Right.
And these kanjis that is a drink which is palatable, used a method of intimidating the method of kanji by using different ingredients. Make sense? So you can use kanjis for different purposes.
Okay, I get it now. Okay.
And I also think that the
much.
carrot kanji is very seasonal. It has a very short span of season with the spring and that time. And especially these kind of particular carrots that are available are only for a very short span of time. So in that case, a substitution to the other one can also work up.
Yeah.
Depending on the conditions and the requirement and the season where you are, which place you are staying. Yeah.
And your age group. If you are at the
age
peak
group too.
age, a kanji can, like too much fermentation can also be hard on you. So if
Damage.
your
The gut,
if your
right? It
pitta
can
is very high, You don't need to enhance again the Agni, right? Then you use something we called in Ayurveda Panak Kalpana. So Panak is basically sharbat. The sharbat types we use. Uh, we
Like
when we
rose sherbet?
Yeah, we use a lot of different types of sharbats in Ayurveda. So the very famous sharbat we use is with the raw mango. When we do the spring
Aam
haldi
ka
kumkum.
pana.
Yeah,
Ampana.
Ampana. Ampana is a panak kalpana. Basically, that comes from Ayurveda, which is very nourishing. So when we call women to do the haldi kumkum, the ceremony, we cook the panakam and give to all women because
Aam
they
pana,
are
yeah.
in the estrogen phase, and then it calms them down. It brings their vitality so well. They look beautiful.
And
So
Dhanadaji, you are speaking so good. You are speaking so well. Thank you so much for bringing Panaka Kalpana. Also, I will take an opportunity to add here also. It's also Him Kalpana.
Him kalpana, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's also Him Kalpana.
So, for all our audience, him kalpana is also very beautiful that Navinji is speaking. It is something that what we do is we soak, right? For example, if you want to soak overnight some dates or anjeer, which is figs, and you could soak it in water, you could soak it in the milk, and in the morning, all you do is just make a light smoothie out of that and give it to the kids as a nourishing. I have done that for my kids, especially the Himakalpana that I like with the fig milk for all the n- toddler type of age groups where they have a need of building their Dhatu or muscles and their bones. So it's super easy for the moms to just add a little bit of milk, soak 2 figs into that in the morning. You don't even you need to use blender. You just use your hands, kind of crush them into the milk, filter it, and I have seen the weight that babies put on is really good.
Yeah.
And for
Yeah.
easiest tools,
Easiest, very easy. So
easiest tools.
Yes.
yeah,
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
yeah.
Good. Good.
So
Even
these
with
are
coriander seeds and cumin seeds also
Yes.
is very
Yes.
common. I take coriander water every day. The
for weight
Jeera
loss.
Vallam is a type of that.
Yeah.
Jeera Vallam is a kind
You
of a
could
him
take
kalpana.
what Amrita ji is saying. You could take cumin, coriander, fennel. We call CCFT, and you could
CCF.
yeah,
Yes.
we call it as a CCFT, which is a number one weight loss drink, digestive drink, take off all kinds of pitas, acne reducer. I use it for all kinds of people. They have piles issues like that. So I always give them CCFT, which is a basic of starting your everything.
So,
Yeah.
Amrita ji, I would like to take a leave now because
Sure, sure.
it might be possible that I can be disconnected anytime. So
Sure,
I take
sure.
leave. I
Definitely.
take leave
Thank
of
you so much
everybody
for
and all the
joining,
best. All the
Dr.
best. All the
Naveen
best.
Gupta.
All the
Thank you.
best. All the best. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So
So,
that's
isn't it
nice.
lovely? Yes.
It's nice
Yes.
of him to find a signal in the ferry over there. And people are enjoying these tips on the social media because we are now talking about the benefits of soaking ingredients and food. And Dhanada, you just mentioned piles as well. So one of the person is actually wanting you to repeat that. Amrita, you mentioned the benefits. Seema, you associated the benefits. Kanji, as I said, world over, wherever Indians have gone, Kanchi is the first concoction they give to people.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that is very good. And in fact, it only used to be kanji. There were no complicated medicines, which we have now, which are
Yeah.
steroids or something. So I think over the next 30 minutes, how about each one of you, we go around and give a good tip, and you can pick maybe ginger, cumin, aniseed, whatever you feel is really good without clashing. So some of the ingredients should not be taken together because it has got negative effect. So do point out to the viewers what is in a good combination what is good for what and things. So let's start, Amrita.
Yeah, yeah, Neil
What are
Kumar, we
your
would
tips?
like to, me and Dr. Dhanada would like to talk more on a little bit of Ayurveda foods
Yes.
in combination of what does Ayurveda talks about food. So Dr. Dhanada just start up with this and we blend the kind of ingredients of these, what Neil has talked about, the ginger and other stuff in it. Over to you.
And let's go slow and let's give the tips so people can even jot it down. They can, of course, go and watch the recording. Let's cram enough tips without, because we can't, in short time, we can't put all of them. The best tips that is available in your house. First, we go to the ingredients which are readily available in the house. Then we go to the complex ones that you might have to source from your local grocers or your distributors. Dhanada, over to you in USA. Welcome and a global namaste again.
Thank you, Neilji. Before we do that about ingredients, many people has many ingredients, but they don't know how to combine them, how to align them. Basically, when we are talking about vegetarianism, which includes the core value of Ayurveda, seeing a compassionate lifestyle towards ourselves and towards the nature. A vegetarian diet is not necessarily prescribed by Ayurveda. I always tell my patients that it's not that Ayurveda wants you to become vegetarian, but the way the meat products are coming on our plate nowadays, we have to go back and see what is the resource, what kind of a process they are going through. And that is why when many of my patients, when they do not get results, give them first tip is to discard red meats from your diet because they are more cancerous. They take more hormone treatments to preserve, and they also cannot be digestible after certain period of time because the dead meat, which is red, enhances more toxicity or ama in your system and takes probably hours of a time to come out of your system. So when you are considering the ingredient, do consider they would enhance your emotions, your physical purity, your spiritual spirit aspect. They are locally produced, they are seasonal, they are very stress free of the environmental toxins, and they are warm, and you are eating fresh with the best mindset. Okay, so the physical characteristics about Ayurvedic diet, which can use into practicalities, you have to eat when you are hungry. So Ayurveda says space it out every 3 to 4 hours. Um, it is also that I sometimes would always advise people that Ayurveda says diet as your medicine, because how long you even can eat herbs as a medicine also, right? In fact, the herbs are roots and vegetables, like ashwagandha, shatavari. They are the roots of the plant. So Ayurveda says use diet as your medicine. And one very uh, popular proverb in Ayurveda when it comes to diet is when the diet is wrong, medicine is of no use. And when diet is correct, medicine is of no need. So eat with the proper approach. One core principle, I will leave 4 or 5 principles with you all. One is a prakriti based diet in Ayurveda, which is your constitution. Find out with a professional Ayurveda physician, you can find out your dosha, which is your prakriti constitution. Or there are a lot of tools you can take and quiz about it. But there are three primary prakritis: vata, pitta, and kapha. Personalize your diet according to yourself, not because it's a drive through or a franchise or a one plate for all, one size of food for all. That is why we are getting nowhere into the health system. We have so many things to really hunt when it comes to the diet. For example, today we have shown in our show various types of foods. So these foods come seasonal. People are belonging to that area. If you are a coastal side, you sweat a lot. That's why you need more herbs and more carbs. And that is why coastal people eat more rice. And if you are not sweating, the logic is if you are not sweating a dime, you cannot eat rice. So you are not at the coastal region and you are keep eating the rice. What is going to happen? Your physical pancreas and other organs are going to feel very stuffed, whereas as added into the insulin production goes very haywired, and then you become diabetic. So that's just an example for the people. They are using it not with the season, not with the coastal. That's why making your food personalized is very important, which will enhance your vitality. Second concept of Ayurveda is to eat with all 6 type of taste. We might consider using um sweet food. How many of us eat sweet food? We eat all the time. Salty food and sour food. These 3 main taste, 90% we use, but we do not use any bitter taste in our diet, which is Ayurveda prescribed to use some fenugreeks or add on some bitter types of seeds or bitter types of vegetables, or at least they have a subtle bitter taste into the diet. There are a lot of bitter food. We can give you list. The next is that Ayurveda says is pungent. Okay. A lot of pungent food, which ginger and all we are talking. And the last one is astringent, where you guys have tested pomegranate, right? Pomegranate, when you are chewing it, has astringent taste. So make sure every day you have some of these other 3 tests also. Of course, we emphasize on sweet, sour, and salty so much. That will prevent your diseases, because if you look at it in a medicine perspective or a treatment perspective, 90% of the treatment herbs are bitter, pungent, and astringent. They are not sweet, sour, and salty. Have you heard that my medicine is so sweet, I want to take it every day like a gulab jam? Not happening, right? They are all bitter herbs, which means we need a bitter treatment into the system with that taste. Third principle is Agni, which is digestive fire, which Dr. Naveenji was speaking right now. Agni is very central to Ayurvedic diets. A healthy hunger or a healthy food towards your Agni is very important. Fourth is a Satmya, which is a wholesomeness, which I emphasize that food should be easily digestible with your habits and local conditions. You can be vegetarian all your life and suddenly you become non-veg. That is not digestible, Satmya. Or you are uh, very habitual to eat non-veg. I have such patients also, and they all of a sudden become vegan. So they go low energy, they cannot do anything. So don't go haywire. Try to put emphasize on what you do with step-by-step approach when we see that. And eat according to the nature's rhythm, freshly cooked, which we mentioned already. More of the ingredients, I would like to invite Dr. Amrita to add on more into this specific ingredients. If you could spotlight, that will be great. Over to you, Amrita ji.
Somlit.
Yeah. Dr. Danada, I think you covered up the very basic and the very important principles that Ayurveda talks about. And these kind of concepts, which were written so many years back, are so important to be fit in today's time as well, because they are the important aspects in terms of when you talk about healing and we talk about conscious healing for yourself, and diet comes up as a first medicine. And that's why the primary things that you put forward in relation to how seasonal diets are important in I had written I've contributed one of the chapters in one of the books when there was COVID in talking about the food choices as well as the concept of the economic differences that comes in terms of the people, what kind of food choices they make, and in relation to the production of the fruits, vegetables, as well as other things which are the food uh, needs of today, and then the requirement as well as the overrunning of certain things. So all these things comes in the space of the things where this kind of understanding that Ayurveda has put forward of seasonal eating, balanced eating, and what is right for you, and how much should be taken in consideration of your prakriti. The same plate can be very heavy for a somebody, and someone can be short of something. So in all those cases, understanding yourself and think and self-awareness forms the basic key of Ayurveda, to know about your Agni, or to know about your own self and what suits you best. And very rightly said, one size doesn't fit all. It can never fit, actually. You need to decide what primarily is useful for you and how much is it useful for you, and then align your life in that way. That's very important. It's really wonderful to know about that, Dr. Danada. Let's hear from Seema ji as well, because she herself has got immense knowledge in this field. Yes, Seema ji, what have you to add on with
No,
our comments? Over to you.
please allow me to clarify. Not immense knowledge. I'm still learning. I'm just a beginner, no expert like Danada ji or you, Amrita ji. But I do have to say one thing. It's very important what you said, Amrita ji, for us to listen to our body.
Hmm.
You know, like, and knowing our body type too is very important. Which brings me to a topic which I find very, very interesting, and I'd like to share this with all of you. I don't know, I've spoken about this before now. You said know your body type.
Hmm.
And there are two experiences I've had. One was just a simple questionnaire that was presented to me for someone to assess
Hmm.
my body type. And the second was a process called Nadi Pariksha, where the doctor listens to your pulse. Am I right
Hmm.
by saying this? Now, what I find so amazing is, and I have this question that I'd like to present to both of you, is how is it that a doctor in India feels my pulse and knows what my children may be having?
Hmm. Well, there are a lot of other things. Dr. Danada, would you like to add up first, and then I put on?
It's so I mean, it baffled. I'm asking this question because it's so mind-boggling, that I'm sitting in India and a doctor's feeling my pulse and they're telling me, oh, your daughter has maybe this slight, headaches or this or that. And I'm like, yeah, but how did you know? You're feeling my pulse, not hers. How,
So
how does that work? How does it happen?
there are a lot of uh, layers of understanding to this. First of all, Ayurveda is a conscious based science. Okay, it is not like a one pill for all diseases, or one we call Tylenol here for fever reducing herb, or you can call it as a paracetamol, whatever. Uh, if I have 10 different patients and they have the same type of fever, I not maybe ending up giving the same medicine to them. That's the beauty of Ayurveda. And we have to look
Hmm.
where they coming from, what are their eatings, their family background, their age, their prakriti, their just cause of why they are doing. Some has a age level kids, they have a fever versus 60-year-old man has a fever. So when they take your pulse, they are going in all of these layers with you. They are also looking at your Vata, Pitta, Kaphas, the five elements into your system, and they are balancing it out. And then they would have stressed what genetic, specific, personalized problems you
Hmm.
have that could end up in your daughter also. So
Hmm.
it's a very sadhana based. I always say that every Vaidya is like a family counselor. They
Yeah.
in times we were not just the Vaidyas. We had a seat in the city council. We had a seat in king's councils, and we were the boards into that all, because the Vedas not only give the understanding about your health, we not segregated from the life. So we know what Seema like her favorite color, till what are her pooping times, what is all of that is known to a Vaidya. You know what I mean? That
Hmm.
is why they called it as a family physician, not like a just take the vitals and go and give some prescription.
Hmm. Hmm.
That is understanding and magic of when a Vaidya takes your pulse. It's not just taking pulse look like just what we are touching you. It's not like that. We at the same time, I am reading your hairs, I'm reading your eyes, I'm reading your lips, reading the way you are talking to me, the way you sitting, everything, from bottom to the toe. The
It's
diagnostics is
amazing.
happening, you know so, and we do that within a flash period of time, like as soon as the
Yeah.
patient sit, or as soon as I see a patient's photo or something on like this, I know what's going on in
Yeah.
their digestive system. So that is how they says your pulse is your mirror of many things as a genetic. So be careful when you give pulse to someone.
That is
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
interesting. So it's
Even
also it's so
the holistic stuff. Yes. Hmm.
you say Ayurveda is the so you say Ayurveda is the science of life, right? Uh,
Hmm.
it literally translates to the science of life, but it's also as you train, it's also enhancing your intuition, right? In a way.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
called, we don't call it as an
It is
intuition.
You said
intuition.
like
Hmm.
it is
We
intuition
not
based. Am I right?
necessarily know. I don't like to call it as intuition, because
Hmm.
intuition could be not very correct.
It's
Okay,
not an appropriate word.
it's not a
Yeah.
no, no, what I
Hmm.
want to say कि इंट्यूशन ऐसे भी हो सकता है कि मुझे नींद में कुछ साइंस आया, नींद में मैं कैसे
नहीं नहीं
सीख सकती, is like that, right? So I am
ऐसे
saying
नहीं
it
बोल
is
रही
conscious based science. Basically it's a very
conscious
conscious
space.
based, because I
So
have
you
to
really have to look
complement.
at
Yeah,
everything. You have to look at so many layers, like you said, within the person to be able to come
absolutely.
to the prognosis.
And you have to
Yeah.
have abhyas of that. You have
Very,
to have a
very
practice
interesting.
of doing that many times. I cannot just take one pulse and learn everything. I have to have a abhyas of that for years to know.
Exactly. And then it comes up not just as a few questions can just give the answer of what you are. It's a complete science, as Dr. Danada said. And for me, it takes a longer time to see a patient. And one patient, uh, like one consultation may last for a big hour or so, because we have to see all the parameters that she has mentioned, right from coming in contact with the person, seeing, and all the senses that comes up with the sixth sense in inclusion of that, to decide what he or she is with and what kind of diseases and disorders can
So
prevail in the family.
it's a very structured
So
science, Imaji, but with the
Hmm.
embroidery of spirituality, emotion, psychological, physical, mental, all of these approaches are there, you know. I'll have to
it's
go.
so interesting because a friend of mine who's also come on Healing Our Earth, who she's a journalist and had a financial talk show also in Hong Kong, and we decided to get together and do a food show for a small stint in Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I told her, I said, I don't know if I can do this. She said, don't worry, you're Kapha and I'm Pitta.
Mm-hmm.
The combination. If I'm Pitta, you're Kapha, you will have to do it. So I told her, I said, how do you know this? I had no knowledge of Ayurveda, and my knowledge of Ayurveda is very limited to just the beginning of my learning experience. And says to me, she says, look, I'm Pitta, I'm very driven. You're Kapha, you're very laid back and take it easy, right? So I'm going to pull you along with me, and you're going to have to do it.
Yeah, yeah,
And just
yeah,
as
it
well, that's
works.
exactly what
Oh,
happened.
yeah,
So it's
yeah.
the Prakriti. When you know the Prakriti is, you know what you can do and how you can work with people. How beautiful
Yeah.
is that?
Asima, I have like helped people. What's the right person for getting married to? How friendships will align? Why there are quarrels in the family? There are a lot of things that go hand in hand by knowing all this, and a lot of things can be like streamlined with
It's so
knowing your
nice.
prakriti yourself. It helps me as well a lot. So it's a
Wow.
complete science of
Very
understanding the
interesting.
social behavior, the counseling part of it, the family part of it, the relationship building. It's a complete way of living. That's why it's about life. You know, when you talk about life, it includes everything and every aspect of it. And so all these things in relation to the psychological things and understanding about people and how to respond, you know, the somebody's vata, you will already have an idea about how he and she is going to respond, what all problems will be there, how anxious he or she will be. And pitta kapha blend is always a very beautiful blend. I have personally seen in my life of all the people who are a pitta kapha dominate or kapha pitta combination, they do very well in life because they have the fire to work. They are very determined as well as
I
good
have a
willpower.
beautiful friendship
Parallelly,
with her.
a beautiful blend of water and earth element in them that just balances the fire and it takes away. So yesterday I was addressing
It is
in
a great combination,
one
and
of
I have a
the
beautiful friendship with
classes
her.
about this. Yes, so friendships also go in that way, and relationships in the family also go such a beautiful way. So it's a wonderful thing. We can talk
Oh
hours and
my
hours
God,
on that.
Amrita, I need to come to you with photographs and say, okay, this is happening now. What constitution is this person? And this is my constitution. Is this a good idea or a bad idea?
You are a
It's
good,
almost like
such a good kapha
going to an
person.
astrologer.
Yeah,
It's
such a
almost
So
like
good
going to
kapha
Amrita,
an
person.
astrologer.
Yes,
Seema,
Neil Kumar. Hmm.
Amrita, Seema, shortly we'll be going to Sharon, and Sharon has her own little mini farm up in the mountains as well, and she will talk. She loves making Indian dishes and spices as well, and together with the Western and American style of cooking. Amrita, bad combinations. One of the worst combination in the world is carbonated drinks and fried foods. What is your opinion on that?
Yes, I personally like to touch on this, and most of the time I talk a lot about it and in relevance of drinking water and comparison of carbonated drinks and water. Uh, in a personal way, I feel the the necessity that people have been made addicted of carbonated drinks because of their see the choices comes when they're available, and when they're easily available and it's in fashion, people tend to just use without knowing about it, without thinking about it. And that's where the point of awareness comes. And when it's available on the table with the fried foods and a bottle, a can of the carbonated drink, you prefer taking it. And the thing is that carbonated drinks sometimes help in reducing up with your digestion stuff. You feel more lighter in that case. You eat also more. That is one part of it. But then replacing it against water can be so harmful. You're taking up so much of calories that was never required. And another important thing, Neil Kumar, I have also noticed that people lack the sense of understanding their taste buds. It is very important to know about the different tastes and to relish them and to use them as a medicine. Because have you noticed when you are sick or sometimes you feel heavy in your stomach, you need to have a lemonade? Why a sour thing will help? We're talking about kanji. We have been talking about so many stuffs of some flavors, and a particular taste is this. My mood tells me to have something sweet. My mood tells me to have something salty. And these things are um, in the intelligence of mind somewhere stored, but then there are taste addictions also that people have, and people aren't aware about that. You're addicted to a particular taste, and so you over include those things in your diet which aren't available, you can't even think about. So having fried food is incomplete now because you're being habituated of having carbonated drink with it as a combination, which is not healthy. And there's so many other combinations that we
And
have
whilst
used.
and
Yes.
whilst it is not fatal or dangerous, let's remind them carbonated drinks per se are acidic drinks. Because they are acidic drinks, one should not drink them with fried foods because they do a gas buildup. Wherein fried foods are very slow to digest, and therefore, when you feel strain on your digestive system, it is because you are having a wrong combination. What is a tip to avoid that? My tip is very simple. Do not store carbonated drinks at your home, full stop. So when you are desperate at midnight, when the shops are closed, you need this drink, you haven't got it. So what will you resort to? Probably some other drink. Well, don't get any orange juice in a carton because it's concentrated sugar. Just go for the water. And water is such a wonderful drink. Now, you mentioned lemon and lime. While they're citric, when they go in your body, they become alkaline. Is that right, Dr.
Right.
Sharma?
Yes. And even Nilkumar, I'd like to add to that as well. A lot of people now I have noticed, and children especially, are habituated and addicted to flavored water. And
Correct.
because of that, they don't like water because it's a tasteless thing. But then
Yes.
having a tasteless thing is a very beautiful thing rather than always getting addicted to a flavored water. So the idea of the concept of taste that Ayurveda has put forward has a very big relevance, and that has a very big connection of your slight addictions that you have, which you don't know. And that's why having this tasteless water is very important, because that's what plants and animals survive on. They don't survive on flavored water. Put a flavored water on a
Absolutely.
plant, put a carbonated water on a plant,
No.
and you saw how it'll shrink.
And nature
And
can show the beauty. Look at the beautiful flowers. They don't have carbonated drink. They have water. Look at the combination of their color. So
yeah,
if you want to love your body and treat your body right, drink water slowly. If you become conscious, you will love the taste. It actually has a taste. The tasteless water has a taste if you know how to zoom into it. And it's very important that you do. And whenever you feel you are hungry, try drinking water first. And you might find that you are thirsty. And the benefits of the water, because our body is made of, vast majority of our body is made of water. And Amrita pointed out that the plants and the flowers and even the dogs and the cats and everything, they don't demand, although they like milk and they do like some sort of concocted drinks.
yeah, that is a very separate thing. But then
Yes.
the carbonated water, in comparison to just water,
Yes.
is a different stuff.
It's a no, no, no. So don't store
Yeah.
it in your house. If you don't store it in your house over the time, you will not miss it. It hasn't got tremendous benefits to it. People have proved it many times over. So try to love yourself, to fall in love with water, because
Yeah.
that drink is so beautiful. Share it with people. So in India, for several thousands of years, the first thing you are welcome with is a namaste and a glass of water.
Yeah.
You will never
Yeah.
go to an Indian house where you will not be given a water. And it's also a reason because it's fairly hot country, you are dehydrated. Once you consume a bit of water, you pay attention to your host because you are not irritated, you are not frustrated. That's why
Yes.
consuming water first is very good. And it's also good in many countries. And we discussed about the water last time, didn't we, Amrita?
Yes, Nilkumar,
Mm.
and secondly, we in summers we always welcome our guests with the panak, the same kind of thing, which is called as a sharbat, which is like
Yes.
a little bit of nutrients in the water that gives them a hydration as well as fulfillment of the salt, and a little bit of nourishing that helps to refresh them with the
So let
same
us,
thing.
Amrita, let's go on a quest of making people love a water in various form. And we'll discuss that further below. So ask Sharon what it is. Lata is a question. Lata, put your question and we move to Sharon. Over to you, Lata. Your question, please.
Yeah, I wanted to just check about the alcoholic carbonated drinks like beers and whiskey with soda. Is that bad as well to have
Well,
with
effectively,
side?
alcohol per se is not good for body. And if it's good, it's just social drinker and people have made it feel good. Yes, a bit of tipple is not bad, like in moderation, everything is okay. But anything that is carbonated, it's not really good for you because we just discussed the acidity factor of it and how it actually damages the fried fruits and also the milk product foods because it allows it, if you're drinking a very cold water just after a slice of pizza, well, how is it going to wash down? And then you feel bloated and you feel bad. You see the Japanese and Chinese, they love their hot tea at the end, right at the end. It does
Because it
wash things down.
keeps the agni
Yes.
working away. Otherwise, you dampen it and, you know, you're asking for trouble, I suppose.
So let us together vouch to help people to say if they can fall in love with water. And remember, generally, okay, water is free everywhere on the earth. Of course, we have abused the earth now.
Well, I would like to just go back to a memory of childhood when I was with my father and back in Aden, Yemen. And I was a little girl holding on to my dad's hand and saying, Dad, I need some water. And you know what? We couldn't find it. They had Coca-Cola, they had lemonade, they had everything. They had condensed milk, and they kept trying to make me. I said, no, Dad, I want water. So, it was funny at that young age. And that time, water wasn't even, taken seriously, that they didn't even have it because it didn't make them money. But you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is
So
that,
commercially, water is now, once the water is started being sold, a lot of people make money. But drinking fresh water from the springs, which is unadulterated, is so good. I mean, the UK people are so lucky you can drink tap water, which is more safer than bottled water in our country. But in India, it's a bit different. I think chances are you need to filter water in India, maybe boil it. Same goes for Africa and Europe. Let's ask America. Sharon, your tap water is safe to drink?
global namaste, Sharon?
Global Namaste, Sharon. Good to see you.
My tap water is some of the purest water on the planet, actually. We live up
Wow.
here.
And does it mean all the states in America have got drinkable water? No, that's right.
No.
And you are in a very beautiful part of the
I'm
Colorado
very
State.
very rural, where the water is flowing off these 14,000-foot mountains. And
Wow.
we've had ours tested. It's like incredibly pure.
That's
we're
as
very
pure as
lucky.
it gets, isn't it?
Yes, naturally, yes. And I would say, the water in the major cities, one of the things that I've read about is how it is so filled with pharmaceutical residue that is also having an effect on humanity, the people that are drinking it. So it's something to consider.
And Sharon brought a very good, her memory. It's not good memory, but she's talking about her childhood. And it makes sense because even now in Africa, first of all, water is not even available on a tap. Where it is, it's still not safe because you still have to boil it and drink it. And in India and Africa, 50, 60 years back, the ladies used to walk 10 to 20 kilometers just to sieve some water from well or something, and then come back and drink. It includes Africa. So sometimes some of the countries were sad because they didn't have water, and those who had had to maybe boil the water or
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Anil Kumar, yesterday was National Water Day, International Water Day, and there was a lot of talk on the same thing of preserving the drinking water and the way the water is getting wasted and the drinking water will soon perish away and how things work with that and the importance of water in our life, especially the drinking water that has to be saved, was the basic idea to talk about for the yesterday's International Water Day.
and we don't
And
have too much fresh water left on the earth. I say relatively. I mean, we
yes,
could run out literally within 300-400 years. But let's
yes,
ask
and
Keith. Keith is here and he's
yeah,
the eldest of a lot. If he remembers in his childhood time, did he struggle for water? And Seema from Kenya. Keith, global
Global
namaste to
Namaste,
you.
Keith. Good to
Global
see
namaste
you.
to everyone.
How was the
Good.
availability of water when you were a child?
Oh, that's a good question. When I was a child.
Yes.
Uh, well, what makes me think is that we used to have tap water, but this is going to surprise people because we used to fill up a little tin bath in front of the fire to make sure we were clean every week. And the water was in short supply. But we scrambled through. I don't know how people manage it today when they want gallons, liters, and lots and lots of water. So I don't think we've really had a shortage at all, but I do find it difficult to understand why we're still providing water wells and things instead of actually having uh, osmosis plants around the world. It's I joined this at a very late stage because I was finished my birthday wishes today with my daughter a few minutes early. So I'll just come in and say hello to everybody. That was all.
Yes.
And I'm here. I'm here with a wonderful crowd. Hello, Sharon. Hello, Amrita. Hello, Lata. Hello, Neil. Hello, Seema, and everybody else. So
thank
it's
you.
lovely to just log on.
Thank you, Kit, for popping in. Maybe we'll chat with you later. We want to go back to Sharon and Seema. Seema, in Africa, obviously water was available, but I think we used to boil the water and put it in what we used to call matungi, which is the special container of a clay, which is a matka in India, and that water tasted a bit different. Do you ever remember struggling in a childhood that water or anything?
You know, the capital of our country is known as the land of cool water. You know that, right? Enkare Naharobi is the Maasai phrase for land of cool, sweet water. And we used to get our water in Nairobi, which was spring water. I still remember, so crisp and so clear from the Mazima Springs.
Yes. And Limuru still has the spring waters now.
But it's changed now. You cannot drink the tap water in Kenya anymore.
Too much pollution.
Pollution, you have to install filter systems or boil your water because of parasite content or whatever, and pollution. But having said that, I never grew up thinking or knowing that there would ever be a water shortage in this world. And now that we're in 2025, I see so many movements taking place, emphasizing on what is the future for our children, what is the future for our future generations.
Absolutely.
Projects related to the climate say that the Amazon are the very lungs of our planet, and we're cutting down trees. We're going to have several water shortages. I work with the International Association for Human Values, and I've done a couple of cooking classes for climate action now to raise funds to plant trees. So it is very, very important that we really, really move very fast for the climate, for our planet, and for the water situation. Reason being is we don't have time.
Exactly. The time is very short. Please make sure that you don't just keep your taps open while you don't need them. put it on a low opening so you don't have to waste it, and you will love it. You will love yourself when you start saving water. You will love yourself knowing that you are doing something for society, because just in our lifetime, we have noticed this change and a threat coming over here. Sharon, you are very lucky because in the mountains where you are, the pollution is not very high. You are in a fresh area. I'll bet you've got a different pressure up there. Maybe your breathing is also very much more tougher than the people who are in the normal ground level. You enjoy the water very much. Does your water have to come from the local municipality, or is it the town itself supplies the water? Is it Creston that supplies the water?
Our water is on a well. Some of the Crestone water is from the municipality, which is not as good.
Okay.
And many friends like John Milton come to our house with big water, gallons to
Yes.
take water from us and put it through, and then take it home to use it.
And presumably the well has got a siphon puller. It's got a motor. Has it got a motor? How do you pull the water out?
Oh, it's electric, I would think.
Okay, yeah, so you got electric.
But another thing I wanted to say is that when we travel, we actually take water with us, and always in glass bottles.
Yes, plastic is no good nowadays. We have found out, particularly if you're in a hot country, definitely you should not use plastic bottles because it's not really good. I mean, if it's just for 2-3 hours, you are okay, but after hours, it would go bad. Keith, in United Kingdom, either in your young age or maybe your father or somebody, did we have wells, in UK? Did we have them in the house?
I don't actually recall them because we normally had enough rain. But what I think is relevant is that maybe you don't know that I spent 2.5 years in Saudi Arabia. And of course, there is pure desert everywhere. And the investment they made was in desalination plants. And of course, sometimes they broke down, so they had to bring water in by tankers, 30,000 litre tankers from different parts of the Arab peninsulas. So I've always wondered, with the oceans around us, why the emphasis has not been on desalination plants. It's not very tasteful, but on the Arabian side of Saudi Arabia, I was looking at the maintenance of some of these desalination plants, and I looked at the transfer method from Al Kubar and Dammam to Riyadh, which is, I think, 300 miles. And they were 8-foot diameter pipes. And they were filling these up regularly and just transferring it across 300 miles. Now, I don't believe that is the answer, but it's part of the answer, where people are associated with the oceans, and investment in wells is one thing in the deserts, but the other is really getting it from the salt water and using it for daily use, such as bathing, cooking, etc. But the water I used on some plants in the little front garden I had, I said, I wonder why the plants are dying. And they said, well, you're not using pure water, you're using desalination water.
Absolutely, yes.
It's just killed them all off. But it was fine for cooking, etc. And I mean, there were 17 or 18 million people in the Saudi Arabia, and they seemed to manage. And so they dug wells in different places, or they came up with black oil.
Hmm. And they had plenty of oases as well, and then they were okay. But look, the subject, which is water, which is supposed to be free originally, is now a subject of knowing whether we might even have enough. Forget buying it. It's already expensive. A bottle of water in London, if you are there, is £3, If you are in Paris, it's £5 now. It's quite expensive, like that. So, Kate, before we let you go, you have survived quite well. You managed your life quite well. You're quite fit and and a bubbly personality. What is your food tip diet that you might give that you definitely know is good for people? And this may be good for UK people or generally, because you are in the United Kingdom.
Diet. I'm not really into controlling much. I don't have a great deal of problems with my weight. What you don't know is that today I've been out with our daughter and son-in-law and my wife, and we've had a very nice lunch. And I'm just grateful that I've not suffered with the same as my father, who had a heart attack and killed him at 54. My brother passed away when he was 88. What do I eat? I'm not a fussy eater. I eat what I can. I enjoy most of the food.
So it's a balanced
There's-
diet in a reasonable proportion, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a reasonable balanced diet. What I do is I weigh myself every Monday morning to see how much I've made over the weekend.
Okay, and then
It normally goes up a bit, but the thing being is that I've kept it rather quiet. But my daughter was 53 on Friday, and her father was 85 today, and no songs.
oh,
No happy
happy
birthdays.
birthday! Well, there you are, Amrita. You're going to sing happy birthday to Keith now.
No, please don't. Yeah, so the old
Happy
man
birthday.
thank you. Yeah, so I thought, yeah, I really didn't think we were going to be back from lunch until later this evening, but we got back a bit earlier, so I just thought I'd say hello to you all. Global namaste. And there are
I
certain
think
things going.
Lata wants to say something.
Please do.
Yeah.
Thank you for popping in, Keith. And
My pleasure.
And you know, you're welcome all the time. So once again, happy birthday to you. Lata,
Thank you.
your quick comment, and then Seema, your
I
tip,
think
and Sharon, we go to you.
the thing I want to speak about is, I think, would be of interest to you, Keith, because when I came to this country back in 65, they didn't believe in drinking water at all. Do you remember those years when all they drank was orange squash everywhere, or lemon barley? But even McDonald's, when they opened up, it was the drink, the orange. And
I think.
I couldn't stand it. My stomach just couldn't accept it. I had to drink pure water or a cup of tea, but I just couldn't hack it, And gradually, over time, over the years, they wisened up, got clever, and they've now removed the orange. But then they've replaced it with something just as wild. But it sells, doesn't it? That's the thing.
I think the
Let my children drink.
the age thing comes into it as well. That is that, being brought up during the Second World War, we were short of all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And drinking fresh water may well have been possible, but it was coming through lead pipes. So did we build up our immune system in some ways? I don't know. But you're absolutely right, is that we used to drink Fanta and various other drinks. And playing in the mud, playing in the dirty grounds, playing football at 8 years old in football teams, soccer teams, and coming home with dirty knees and everything else. We just lived in a time which was not in poverty, but can you remember the milkman coming round delivering his milk with a horse?
Yes.
Right? And what did we do? We made sure that we had the manure for the 200-foot garden that we had there. So it was a bit of self-preservation as well. Anyway, I'll let you get on with your main theme today, and I'm sure that Sharon's going to have a lovely input today, and I look forward to hearing and being in touch with you in the next couple of weeks anyway.
Thank you, Keith,
Thank
for
you,
popping
Keith.
in, and a very happy birthday to you and your daughter as well. And may Earth bless you forever, and we'll see you when you are in Century, okay? So Keith has got a beautiful smile and he's waiting for the century. He's only 15 years away. Sharon, you are 25, nearly 24 years away from a century. Amrita, you have not even hit your half century yet. Okay. So you are the youngest over here. And yes, everybody has got memory of water. And it's just amazing. So Sharon, what have you got lined up for us? What did you want to talk? What have you grown in your beautiful greenhouse and your garden?
So far, nothing. Not this
Okay.
year.
So what are the plans?
Not time, because of the weather. We don't really start until May if we're going, and we're considering just letting it rest letting us and the garden rest this year. It's
So
always
Sharon,
soil rest.
you are quite energetic. You still dance. You still move very well. Your faculties are all working. In fact, you're learning AI as well and everything now. So is there a particular diet you've been following? Is there any favorite food that definitely you know that when you consume brings a glow in you or brings a better mood in you? Any tips that you feel you can give?
Well, it depends on the season. And I want today to speak. Well, first, I want to start with something quite amusing. When in 80, let's see, when was that? 1983, when I had my first fellowship to India, they give you a little book about, the culture and more about what to do. And they said, you have to boil all the water. And they said that they thought you should wash all your vegetables in Tide detergent, which I didn't do, but we did boil the water. But I thought that was quite amusing.
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't want Tide detergent in my food. But I do want to speak today about the diet that's optimal for the spring, according to traditional Chinese medicine.
Go ahead, Sharon. Over the next 10 minutes is all yours. Give your tips and your diet for the spring.
So now, happy spring to you all. This is when everything starts to grow and bloom and blossom. And according to Chinese medicine, the liver and the gallbladder are the organs that relate to this season, the yin and the yang organs. And they have a relationship like a brother and sister. So what you want to do is eat in a way that will help that. So if you're feeling, when they're imbalanced, the way they're described in Chinese medicine is stagnant or stuck. And it means that the energy is not moving smoothly through the organs. Some of the physical and emotional, and I really want to talk about the emotional symptoms because I love talking about the emotions of this imbalance includes headaches, grinding your teeth, issues with your eyes, feeling hot all the time, PMS, fibroids, prostate inflammation, irritability, impatience, hip pain, thyroid issues, toenail discoloration, and waking up between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. feeling restless, and just an overall feeling of being stuck. And also the liver, the distortion, or we could call the klesha of liver, is anger. And the liver actually is known as the general, the commander of the body, because it has about 500 functions. It governs a woman's health more than any other organ. I didn't know that. I learned that recently. The liver is the body's main organ of detoxification. So when you're not detoxed, then you're going to experience all those symptoms that I spoke about. So the best thing to do right now for eating is to have a lot of leafy vegetables, such as kale, collards, bok choy. I love bok choy. Napa cabbage, watercress, mustard greens, leek, daikon, carrot tops, radish greens, turnip tops, all of these green, dandelion greens, lettuces, they have this energy that's uplifting. And sprouts are good, mushrooms are good, and all kinds of fresh herbs support the liver. So what we want to do in the spring is actually eat more of these kinds of vegetables. Also, there are practices like the 6 healing sounds, which is a great practice in Qigong to help release the emotional issues with the liver. And when the liver is clear, then you're going to feel energy, you're going to feel a kind of joy and openness to the world. Everything is kind of a wonderful experience. And to me, that really relates with this upliftment, with the light returning, with spring and this, growth coming. So this is what we want to do dietarily during this period. So, Lata, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I absolutely adore what you said.
Thank you.
I just love green. My body always asks for greens. So, anything to do with greens, be it herbs, be it vegetables. And I try to find new ways and new vegetables, like I'm into cabbage now. And I love the sweetness and the crispness. I just lightly, blandly, parboil it and then use it in various dishes. So I'm enjoying that experience, adding it with, rather than having it as a coleslaw, I'm just cooking it slightly and enjoying it because I like hot food. So I add grated carrots and ginger, and if I fancy a bit of garlic. But then I like to eat raw garlic as well. Because I know it's medicinal. And sometimes you just need to cleanse yourself out. And I think the liver is, I agree, the liver, but I wasn't aware of the fact that it's so important to a woman to work with it. Because, yeah, we've got the cycle, haven't we, as well, the monthly cycle. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And better late than never. And now we can work along with that knowledge and improve our well-being, our mental state with all the things that are going on in the world. Last year, it was all the madness with the elections. This year, I don't know.
It's all the madness.
They're all bankrupt. All the nations are struggling for more tariffs and taxes, and they're all bankrupt. It's so sad, the state of affairs, and you can't just cut yourself off and pretend nothing's happening, because the minute you turn your back to them, they've got you, you know.
Yes, well, the liver is anger. I mean, I'm not surprised that I don't, or if you're aware of what's going on in this country with people going crazy with the Tesla issue, burning it's like a kind of madness, I think. And so knowing that, I think we need a big liver cleanse for the whole country. I think that would be really good. And people, and go also, it's spring, go out in nature and, find some joy. People get their whole personalities and egos get wrapped around, their side, and they don't listen to other people. And it's really, really sad. It breaks my heart to see what's going on, and people who are so caught up in watching the TV and every little minutia of politics that they forget what it's like to enjoy their life. And, all the work I'm doing, and I feel that we're doing here on Healing Our Earth, is to counter that and bring, beauty and healing and health and, joy to as many people as possible. Amrita, what do you think about that?
Yeah, of course, Sharon. That's very, very essential, in fact, and would be wonderful in many ways in that way. Yeah.
So in the Ayurvedic tradition,
Hmm.
could you speak a little about the liver?
Yeah, liver is one of those primary sites where and a storehouse of Agni, basically, because it produces bile and bile juices, and that's why uh, protecting liver, there's a big emphasis that has been laid down for protecting the liver in Ayurveda. And so, and parallelly for different kind of practices, before you came, we and me and Dr. Danada were talking about the kind of people the constitutions are and how these elements affect individuals. So based upon the elemental basis, if you have a fire constitution and you are of more of a fire person, then in that case your metabolism is already high, your intake of spices and heating foods, all those foods that have a potency to heat your body, will be very damaging for you. So in that cases, more of the cooling foods would be better. And as we had discussed about water, the consumption of water and utility of water for every individual as per constitutions also vary. So this kind of a thing has its own key role, and there's so many beautiful herbs that have been recommended only for the liver, in fact, and protecting the liver is the primary thing. If your liver is healthy, your gut will also stay healthy and your digestion would be good. And as our previous speakers have been talking about oj, the concept of oj in context of the life force and the energy that is holded in the body through the tissues will also be balanced because your digestion is proper. The food, so either the food will digest the food and it will make the better nutrients that will nourish your body, or your food will be undigested and become a toxin for your body. And that's what is happening actually. So when it becomes a toxin for your body, it damages your body. And most of the times in our lifestyle of today and the availability of food substances around us with processed foods, it's not becoming a health stuff, but rather becoming toxin. And we realize it as a very later stage. And so, Sharon, these days, lifestyle disorders in which diabetes, obesity, cancer are among these problems which have come up and creep up and will run up with the generations as many of these genetic problems and many new genetic diseases are coming up which people aren't aware about, but then they are mostly the result of the diet that has turned up into a toxin. Because ultimately, what is new in us? Either we are breathing, we are thinking, or we are eating. Any of these three things, I mostly tell all my students, if any of these three things is wrong, something wrong, either you're thinking wrong, or you are eating wrong, or you are breathing wrong. And in among all three of them, we use brain to one level, and the maximum thing comes up as a food, and that food is ultimately a very big source. So invest in food, which I would say, rather than investing on something else. You might have a golden teeth and you might have a diamond ring, but that will not give you the nourishment and make you revive to live the longevity of life. You might be mesmerized with the glitters that you have on your body, but the inner glitter of your body makes a very big difference, and that will only come from rightful thought, rightful eating, and rightful breathing. That's very important.
Thank you, Amrita. Let's have a closing statement from Sharon and 1 minute statement from Seema, and then you can finish with Gayatri Mantra. And we have done very well. Sharon, your last comments before we wind up with Seema and Amrita. Over to you.
Well, we've been talking about cooking and optimal food for us all. And, nourishment, the food is really important. And on Healing Our Earth, we bring you very nutritious, healthy recipes. But it's also the nourishment of your psyche, of your consciousness, of your emotional body. And to me, the best nourishment is to be out in nature and quiet your mind and open your heart and allow the nourishment of the sky and the water and the air and space to just really bring you a new sense of vitality and joy. And together with a good diet, you can find a whole new level of happiness.
Yeah, Seema ji.
Very beautifully put, Sharon. I loved Anada and Amrita's session today. It was so informative for me, so many new rays of light. And I really enjoyed what you said, Sharon, about Chinese wisdom, and spring. And this time of the year being associated with the liver and the gallbladder. In fact, in the Chinese culture, we celebrate this time as the time of the wood element. And it's the time when everybody and everything, all of nature is coming out of hibernation and shedding its winter coat. A time to rebirth and rejuvenate. We always hear about a spring cleanse, a spring in your step, right? It's this time of the year, that's the perfect time of the year. Personally, on a personal note, hope I can practice it a lot more than I say it, is to implement the more bitter, astringent, pungent foods, and to really take advantage of all of nature's bounty with all the colored greens and the lovely spring greens that I see in the markets here, and implement them more into my diet. But as we celebrate spring as a time of spring cleanse and spring in your step, it's also like Amrita said, it's a time to also focus on, and you said, Sharon, on the mind as well. And rethink our thoughts and they talk about springtime and turning a new leaf and writing a new page. So maybe we can take this time, all of us, to really rewrite our stories for what we want to achieve and what we wish for our planet. It's a powerful time.
Yeah.
Really
Absolutely
enjoyed
true.
today's session so much. Thank you.
Ari, we also enjoyed Sivaji because it's just started with you, and I'm still thinking about your red rice as well as
And you
the
didn't let me
curry.
eat my curry, and it's still waiting on the table to be eaten. We're dying to dig into it.
Just wait for a while. Let's tell our viewers about the future online episodes that are about to come. We are bringing to you the post Kumbh Mela episode, which will be broadcasted on 30th of March, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. So if you have ever visited and haven't visited as well, please join us for this episode to know what is Mahakumbh Mela about and what all fun, festivity and spirituality India holds through this Mahakumbh Mela that will be there. And then we have the Ram Navami special episode to celebrate it with bhajan kirtans and remembering Lord Rama on 6th of April 2025 from 2 p.m. British Summer Times, followed by Oh, wow, the 5th anniversary that we are celebrating at Healing Our Earth. And we invite everyone to join us to sing, chant, and to give their message on 13th of April 2025. We have all fun together. And then the following week to that, we are with again the yoga and meditation episode for a healthy, happy body, mind, and soul, which will be broadcasted on 20th of April 2025. Tai Chi and Qigong, 27th of April 2025, as we celebrate the 26th anniversary in combination of the Tai Chi Qigong Alliance UK and World Tai Chi Qigong Day.
So those are the future episodes for those who are listening on website, YouTube and Facebook and any other social media. If you wish to know, just go to healingourearth.com, look at the future episodes, and you will see what is coming way beyond June. And you can enjoy and you can be part of the family. At Healing Our Earth, we bring different diverse episodes, no gender bias, no race bias, no community bias. It's just open for all, for love, unity, peace, liberty, and harmony. So that's the Healing Our Earth way. Well, Amrita, it's
Yes.
time for you to maybe wind up between you and Sharon and maybe Gayatri Mantra. And next week, bring on the Mahakumbh Mela, the post episodes, where our Honey, who has done a documentary, our own Kailash, who has been there, our Dipti, our Rashmi, Mishra, all of them have actually been there and will be sharing their experience. So it will be beautiful. Sharon, of course, you are aware that weekend you are traveling to different states. But if you get a chance, you pop in.
We're planning to come in live from the Holistic Medicine Conference.
Yes, it will be
Dr.
beautiful.
Zahana and myself in Houston.
It will be beautiful. Yes, at Healing Our Earth, we live conference, live thing today. Live from the ferry was Dr. Naveen Gupta. Those who are dedicated, they just find a method and they come, and Healing Our Earth embraces everybody. Over to our smiling youngest senior anchor here in Jalandhar in Punjab, where the time shortly will be coming to midnight. And so thank you. So it's a morning there in America and a midnight here in Punjab and dinner time here for Lata and Seema. So Amrita, what would you like to conclude?
I'd like to say the meal is the most important and the most precious thing. And even the more than that, it is the most lovable time you can ever had, because it is the meal that will be nourishing everything, your body, mind, and soul as well. So take time for yourself, meditate on your meals rather than anything else, because that is what is the way towards longevity and happiness. And we have shared so many recipes today. If you have any of them that you would like to share, you can post us on our social handles and we can produce it for you at the episode as well. And I know, Seema ji, your dish of today will be your dinner, which we can't even wait for. Maybe we wish the plate could have been shared in so many bits and bits through.
I'm sending it to you all virtually with lots of love. But
Yeah.
maybe I've created a little touch of temptation for all of you to come and visit us so we can.
Not a little touch of temptation. That's a very short word today. A big temptation for each one of us.
And feed you personally from our hearts.
So Seema, if you can take a picture of the final thing and the recipe which you've already written, put it on the social media, both on Instagram and on Facebook, and tag us, including the kanji recipe, which is on a PDF format. It is on your email. You and Amrita both have had it last week, earlier this week. So put that up as well, and maybe chase Shivani as well, and put that, her dishes. I mean, what a wonderful one batter and 6 recipes in 48 minutes flat.
Wonderful.
And she loves it as well. So let's put that on on social media as well. And Seema, your tea is doing around, so Rivi wants to know about it. Shivani wants to know about it. Maybe if you can, if you put a new slide with what actually it is and what's benefit of that one, then send it to the people in the group here. I think the tea will be so famous on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for saying that. It's a bit, yeah, it's rebirthing the tea business again with
Yes.
a few new elements. So I will be speaking to Amrita on the Ayurvedic perspective as well.
Definitely, we'll catch up soon. Yes.
Definitely. Thank
Yes,
you all so
Lataji, your
much.
comments before we wind up.
Yeah, I think it's important to add that relationships are very key. When we're eating our food and having wonderful people around us, it makes a much more healthier way of consuming food. When we're socializing, it's much more. But you need the right people around you, obviously.
Yeah, I think food becomes a medium of social interaction.
Yeah.
It's just when you say, let's join on the dinner, it's the dinner that is a preferable thing of importance rather than anything else. So that we put the dinner as a sideline and we make other things as an important thing.
Yeah.
But
also
yeah,
eating with mindfulness and appreciating
definitely.
with gratitude every morsel. I think that is also very key and very healing to
Yes.
absorb it in that way.
Mm.
To every cell.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Seemaji, for today's episode, and Shivani, as well as Dr. Dhanada and Dr. Naveen, and Sharon, of course, and Lataji and Meetaji, for being there. This episode, I hope everybody has loved, and we'll be bringing to you another beautiful episode. And this will be a very different episode, so don't miss out. Please do watch the next episode of On Post Kumbh Mela special. Let's wind up with a short prayer on Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitvarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitvarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya.